over the last 4 or 5 years. Just getting up in the club championship, which has been University's stronghold for a long time, 9 out of the last 10 years. But University had the measure of North in the fixture early in the year. It was a Walter Pfeiffer which did the damage in that game.
How much
bowled North out for 90 or 100.
How much would he have loved to be bowling here this morning? But in the meantime, Luke Feldman will come in from the college's end. That's way down the leg side. Had a bit of a throw at that, Scotty Henry. Just trying to get a bit of edge on. There is a man he's not all the way to the rope because obviously the slow outfield.
He's about 10 off there at fine leg there, kind of Sully. As we've got a light bit of drizzle rolling in. I think it's going to be a bit of that today, a bit on and off.
Yeah. Yesterday was more of a late start because of the rain the night before. We didn't have it that much last night. It's Feldman again. This one's a little bit straight over the top of off stump. Let go by Sale. Yeah, a lot of rain on Friday night and not as much last night. So we didn't come to any puddles here this morning, so we're able to get underway a little bit better. But it won't take a lot of rain to bring them to the surface. You might be able to see on screen just behind the umpire, Peter Bowl, and then some sawdust. That's not from Pete. Feldman again. And there's an appeal down the leg side, not moved, the umpire. Feldman wasn't really... Well, he asked the question, didn't he? Michael Wright, I think he knew.
Bit of hope there. Bit of a strangle down the leg side. Get a few of them in two-day cricket. It's not the worst mode of dismissal. Well, I saw one live in the third grade final yesterday at North. The Gold Coast batter just flicked it through to the keeper.
Well, I'll come back to that in a second. This is Feldman again. 3 balls left in his over. It's right behind that one. Well, we saw Usman Khawaja and Sean Marsh just 2 balls before lunch feather one down the leg side as well in the Shield game against WA. So even the best get tempted down there. And if you don't ask the question, you just don't know what might go through the umpire's head. He needs to flick a pad at the same time that gives that noise and just puts a little indecision. The ref and the umpire will gun you. This is Feldman from the northern end. Again,
off the hip again, just pretty much the thigh pad there, I think.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, the thigh pads. Some of those thigh pads, they're like made of wood. They just make this noise. Are they fiberglass, some of them?
Not sure.
Sounds like it.
They do pretty well to keep you padded and not give many bruises these days. I'm sure the technology's improved over the years, that they're more protection and a lot lighter.
Yeah, let's really help the batsmen out. They need that. Don't get me started. Feldman again to the left-hander. And skipper Henry, former Bulls and New South Wales first-class cricketer.
Yeah, some great names out here in this final. A mixture of former state players, young aspiring ones, and also just a really good bunch of first grade talent across both sides. So exactly what you want in a final of this calibre. 2 extremely strong sides who, in uni sense, been playing a very good cricket for a long time. Last sort of decade has very much been dominated by University of Queensland in first grade, and North the last sort of 3 or 4 years have been the team at the chase there, having won a title 3 years ago. But Uni have won the last 2 and going for 3 in a row. So 2 real heavyweights going out here in this final.
But there is the final. We're just high quality. We've got actually got a bit of a change of boots coming out. The high quality umpires are here today. We must mention them before we get much further.
We've got Peter Boland at square leg at the moment, and Steve Dionysius is the head umpire at the bowlers end right now, and Greg Douglas is on the sidelines as reserve umpire.
And then
kind of Sully just getting the bigger spikes probably.
He might need footy boots. Probably be frowned upon.
It was all a bit frantic this morning with the rain on and off and covers and that kind of stuff. So excuse a few players for not having the best shoes on.
Yeah, you don't really know until you go for a run, do you? And then obviously the mud builds up in the boots. And the last thing you want to do, because the pitch is hard, it's dry, he might go for a slide. So Nick Sale, he's on 3. Let's that one go.
Be interested to see the Northern Suburbs openers if they look to go around the wicket soon. Lots of success at the higher level with the Stuart Broad tactic of around the wicket to lefties. I think Sale and Henry will both be comfortable letting the ball slide across them through to the keeper. Whether they want to chase the wickets if they come around the wicket as Sully comes into Sale.
Only 2 slips, which surprises me a little bit, and a gully. He shoulders arms into the gloves of Healy. I thought that would have been certainly on the attack. They've taken third slip out, obviously, and put a short mid-wicket in, and then a bat pad right in front of the mush of Nick Sale. Probably having a bit of banter. Who's that out there on the lid, do you think?
That's Michael
Roddy?
Dawson under the lid there.
Is he a bit of a yapper?
Dorsey is extremely quiet.
You've got the wrong man there.
Yeah, I've played a fair few games of second grade with Michael Dawson in previous years, and he doesn't say much.
Nah, what a yappy. That's why I'm sure Matt Renshaw gets that job because of that. Sully again.
Off the hip.
He moves to 4. Henry had to get off the mark. He comes on strike now to Sully. Faced 3 or 4 deliveries in the first over from Sully and didn't get off the mark there. And they're going to keep the field.
I think that is Sully's wanting just to top of that off stump and getting Henry to push it one.
They need to get them to
misjudge the line.
To get them to play the ball before the thing gets too mushy. Right arm over. Wide outside off stump. Henry doesn't have to do anything with that. Remembering that University can take the tie with a draw. And I think Andrew Godey still has nightmares about the final 2 years ago where post
500
standing on playing in lava-like conditions and was hot.
They gave that a good chase though, Valleys. Josh Dascombe,
that's right,
now in the States, scored a rear guard 100, I think at number 8.
Yes.
As Sully comes into Henry.
Yes, a lot of hundreds. I think Uni scored 4 hundreds. I think Jack Carty. You sure?
Yeah, I think it was 3. I'm pretty sure it was 3. It was Jack Clayton got one on day 1, and then Jack Carty and Mitchell Fry at number 7 and 8 got hundreds and pushed University into 500. But as I said, I think Valleys ended up in the low 400s and gave it a pretty good chase.
Then you batted again and
just briefly, and that was it. Yeah,
called it lunch on
the last final we've played.
It was. Last year was supposed to be between Uni and the Hornets. That one's
pushed him back there, kept him honest there. Can't just get on the front foot there. That was a good finish from Sully there. This time last year, everyone was moving around with the reactions around COVID and I guess it's been a crazy 12 months, but it's great to have a full season of Premier Cricket up here. Get to finals and have them in action. So
we did have one weekend off because of COVID.
We had that one lockdown weekend, which just like a washout. We missed a week. We normally get a washout sometime in December and January, so we'll put it down to that.
I don't think we got one this year, did we? A full weekend washout?
Maybe like a Sunday. There was a couple of wet days, but it's been a very good summer for up in Queensland.
Feldman to
Sale.
Yeah.
I think, I feel like from a Northern Suburbs point of view, with 2 lefties, wouldn't be the worst shout to come round the wicket and just make them play in that space.
I do agree with you, but I think with fast bowlers, especially with red ball, if they can just get that 2 overs where they're more comfortable to bowl over the wicket before they switch to something they're a little bit less comfortable with, just get their radar first with Feldman again. A lot of first-class game, that's a good ball, but Nick Sale doesn't want anything to do with it, and they won't play it in. They'll try and outlast the bowlers in steamy conditions and get that ball into the field, get it hard to handle. What have they got in the spinning department, the Vikings, Roddy?
Nathan McSweeney will be the main spinner for Northern Suburbs. Right arm off spin.
A little while down the track before that happens, of course, as Feldman, his traditional stand to attention, comes in.
Might get a single there, just squared out just behind square leg and fielded by Will Prestwich. No, mostly a pace attack with Northern Suburbs. Sully and Feldman opening up, the likes of Will Prestwich, Josh Brown to get through some overs with his medium pace, and then Nathan McSweeney to be the spinner. So, as again, with a bit more rain drizzling in, it's going to be a bit par for the course today. Some little spots in here and there, and see if the weather skirts this game as Feldman comes into Henry. Ooh, made him think about that one there, but left it go through the keeper. Steady start from University of Queensland, none for 6 in the fourth, and aside from that one, I haven't really played a false shot or been tempted to play one. I've very much just been making the Northern Suburbs bowlers bowl to them, and probably happy to leave it through to the keeper if it's not on the stumps.
So Feldman again, that one's pushed to a point, no run. A little bit of drizzle at the moment. You might see some heavy drops, but that's actually just drops coming off the roof on the Webb Harris clubhouse here at the university. Mind you though, Dean Reeves has got the covers ready, the Hessian, just in case it gets any heavier. And it is getting a little bit heavier. Feldman trying to finish this over. His second of the morning, just the one run off it so far. And that's the way it'll remain over. And that's 4 down, none for 6. Umpire Boland looking to the north.
Sort of that rain where, like, once you're on, you can play a bit through it, but if you're off the field, it'd sort of be enough to keep you off it. But it is getting a little bit heavier, and players are moving towards the covers just in case. But
yeah, I think the Hessian might be enough to get through this one. I have the radar in front of me, but Sully will continue. He has 2 overs, none for 4. And Scott Henry still to get off the mark. He's at the non-strikers end. Nick Sale, 2 left-handers out there. 2 slips of gully, a point. And that point is a little bit backward of point.
Oh, definitely rushed him there and just bounced it over the stumps there. Wasn't far off there.
So that's what I'm saying, right? He's into his 3rd over now. He's starting to get his pace up. And once he gets that pace up and he gets his rhythm right, then he can switch to around the wicket. Just needs to get his mojo right. And that was a good first ball of his 3rd over.
A good way to start the over there.
And Nick Sale, they both look comfortable, as Michael Wright said. One of those deliveries just popped on Scott Henry in the previous over from Sully. Comes from the river end. Drives. There's
well, that's a great catch from Brown. A back is the shot yet, and excellent. Just sort of stuck mid for down. Here we get a replay of that. Slicing through backward point and went in the. Let's see here, just straight in the right hand, stuck. Big wicket for Northern Suburbs. Early strike here on day 2. Slow mo, yep, sticks. Kept control on the landing. Sometimes it can spill out when the elbow hits the ground. So good breakthrough for Northern Suburbs there. Brings in the very talented and very prolific Jack Clayton for University of Queensland. He's scored a lot of runs in the last 3 or 4 years since coming back to cricket, having spent a bit of time in AFL. Scored a lot of hundreds at this level, and
he got rewarded too.
Yeah, in a contract, yep. Was in the second 11 game recently, which got washed out as well. But good strike there for Northern Suburbs. I think another boot change for Connor Sully.
Yeah, he might need the Melbourne Marcos wardrobe.
Having never been a fast bowler, I can't really relate to that. I think I've had the one pair of shoes for quite a long period of time, but having seen Connor Sully close up in action, he does hit the turf pretty hard, so a good bit of footwear is definitely needed as he comes into the new batter Clayton. through the keeper.
Yeah, as you said, Michael, right, plenty of bats to come, but they got the breakthrough they certainly wanted with this toss they've won, knowing full well that side batting first is the University of Queensland, the minor premiers, and they can bat as long as they like.
Sully in again to Clayton.
Oh,
that's definitely rushed him. That's a good second ball for a batter.
He's busy at the wicket, isn't he, Jack Clayton?
Yeah.
Always busy at the wicket. He's a little hyperactive player off the field as well. He's a man you want underneath the lid if you're having him at square leg, Jackie Clayton.
I've seen him in action under the lid. I played a second grade grand final against Jack Clayton. Took 3 absolute screamers at bat pad.
There you go.
Like genuinely balls whacked off the bat and caught him one-handed. So he's comfortable there as Sully comes in to Clayton.
Yeah, he would have talked him into that. Shoulders, arms, this Clayton.
I think Sully and Northern Suburbs, they'd love to make Clayton play this last ball this over. They good first ball, second ball, a short one at the sort of shoulders, which rushed him a bit. He's just shoulder arms to that. I think if Sully can finish with one full on that off stump, want to make that new batter play. Don't just want him to shoulder arms this one through the keeper. And through the keeper.
Yep.
Successful over for Northern Suburbs. 1 for 6 after 5 overs. Henry still yet to get off the mark, with Clayton just joining him still on 0s. A couple of the veterans go at each other. Lukey Feldman and Scott Henry, both former Queensland Bulls. Scott Henry also played for New South Wales Blues. We'll forgive him of that.
Yeah, lunch is at 12. Yeah, give him for that. Well, see, you can't knock people who've seen the light and see their errors of their ways. But they're a prolific scorer. But Jack Clayton now, he's yet to get off the... that might have actually been Scott Henry there.
That was Scott Henry, yeah. I'm sure he'd be keen for that first run. With the weather floating around, there's a bit happening.
He's looking pretty fit, the old Fox too, isn't he?
Yeah, he's done a very good job this season. He's moved over from Valleys and...
Yeah, well, obviously first-class cricket, it's very taxing on a family life, and Luke's decided to not give it away altogether and still have a trundle with the red ball. Maybe a few, or you should know with the... Andrew Godey retiring from red ball cricket, Jason Flores, and also Alice McDermott. So it's 3 rangers out of the competition. And there's sales of SPF 1500 plus, the sales will go down. And then Nathan Rabnott as well. So
I'm pretty sure Nathan Rabnott retired after last season and played the whole season. So I'll wait to see that one stick. Yeah.
Well, and the question, I'll come back to you at the end of this over, of Feldman's. May play into their retirements as Feldman comes in once again. That one's squeezed out point, beats point, and they'll roll down. They won't go all the way. They'll turn for 2. They're quick enough. They can get 3, but they're going to just stick with 2. And that is, Michael, right, for those who are listening, obviously we know that the South African tour was wiped out, and obviously the Ashes is the next red ball cricket. Is there any change to Premier Grade cricket when we generally start with the white ball for preparation for players with red ball leading into the Ashes series, or will the competition remain the same?
You don't normally go from first,
wouldn't he? Jimmy Pearce, Michael Nisa. I'm just talking about the Queensland players. Obviously, each state decides their competitions, but is that something that may be a factor because of the lack of red ball cricket?
There'll be Shield games, so yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Like scheduling is definitely up in the air across cricket, like as in international fixtures and things keep changing and adjusting based on the travel arrangements and COVID in different parts of the world. So it all all impact stuff. We've had a lot of tour postponed or cancelled, so have to be flexible these days as Feldman comes in and left alone.
Yeah, so this is maybe the last weekend of red ball cricket for a lot of players until October. There's Michael Phillipson, looking delicious in his 77th final, or thereabouts.
He's definitely played in a few big games. Batting down the order for University of Queensland. He was in the runs in the semi-final. As Feldman comes into Henry. As the rains, the little drizzles eased up, so hopefully have a little period of consistent play here. As Henry sees out the over there. Well negotiated. Here's the good matchup here. A couple of youngsters going at it, Connor Sully and Jack Clayton. Clayton just in. Faced a couple of balls. Sully with the early wicket.
Yeah, good catch too. Might still have that there actually.
It's a good catch by Josh Brown at backward point. Sometimes is in the...
We'll just show that replay again. Oh, actually, we'll wait now. We're back live, so... That one... Whoa.
Yeah, it's not crazy. It's definitely not crazy bounce on this wicket. I think...
There's just that one spot just in front of... just short. Outside off stump that's exploded a couple of times. Now, here you go. They're going to go around the wicket as you called for, Michael, right?
Here, the Stuart Broad tactic seemed to work. Well, here, for the first one, it really came a thing was Adam Gilchrist. The English figured it out. Either a left arm over the wicket or right arm round the wicket. Adam Gilchrist was hard early on as Sully comes into Clayton.
I'm sure he fixed that. That was going to go to the pads and he whipped it off for no run. But yeah, we saw a lot of that in the
Ashes, then broad to Warner.
Well, we saw a lot of it actually in the WA game. I couldn't quite work it out. He just kept bowling around 90% of the time. They didn't get the wicket. I thought, well, that's not going to work. We'll go back over the wicket. But you got to mix it up. And this is good tactics from Sully. Would this be his call, or do you think it's a game plan?
Wait and see as he comes in. That's a lovely spot. That's the perfect example of why that around the wicket tactic works. Unless you're someone who brings the ball back into a lefty with swing and therefore bowling over the wicket and trying to sort of swing it down the stumps for LBs and stuff like that. If you're a bit more pace and seam, that around the wicket angles it in, and Sully should be able to get one just to nibble away a little bit. And from that around the wicket line, it can be very tough. And I saw that last ball as Sully comes into Clayton again.
That's a straight drive, and that'll be fielded by the bowler. No run, but certainly got in the middle of the bat there of Jack Clayton. That'll make him feel a little bit better.
You always want to feel a bit of contact early and a bit of confidence. Sort of got to be inside of that one there. So still a big over here from Sully. Four dots. It's the new batter.
Yeah,
see how it closes out.
Yeah, they want to keep each batsman at each end. Just work on them. That's just straight drive. That'll go through the V. A little bit faster. He's got all of that, but it'll only get two. It's very moist down there. But that was a great shot that wasn't fielded this time, a la the shot before. Full face of the bat, straight down through the V.
That'll definitely help the confidence. You want to play back past the umpire and past the bowler early in the innings, so good shot there from Clayton. See how Sully can close out his over.
A lot of gardening from Henry and Clayton.
I just realised when I was reading out the bowling options for North, I missed young Noel McFadden at first slip. So plenty of seam options for North as Sully comes in and left alone.
It's the end of the over, end of the seventh over. 1 for 10. Steady as she goes. Henry and Clayton both on 2.
Nice even start this. Nice and steady. An early breakthrough, but aside from that, haven't been too many balls that have beaten the outside edge, but it's really about trying to draw a shot from University of Queensland, and that's probably the only chance. The wicket there, a bit of an outside half, push through the covers, which sliced away to backward point there. So I'm sure Feldman and Sully are trying to get that same type of shot drawn out from two lefties again.
Feldman, he's going to come around the wicket.
Yeah.
So the super coach sitting to my left, or should I say, maybe more like Nostradamus rather than super coach, Michael Wright. I'm sure you can coach, mate. I just haven't seen it yet. There's an appeal. He's playing that down the leg side.
Inside edge, I think. I feel like if that's not bad, it would have been pretty close.
Let's have a look at the replay here for Kookaburra.
But it was a big inside edge. Yeah. Yep. Don't want to miss them, but both bowlers looked significantly more dangerous around the wicket to these left-handers. Yeah. So obviously you're right, John. Just wanted to ease in with an over or two and then adjust that angle, and they've both started well from around the wicket.
Yeah, Feldman doesn't do a lot of around the wicket bowling as he comes in again. That one straightens up Henry again. He's pitching it up, isn't he, Luke Feldman? Great bowling from the veteran. Yeah, I can say that because he's out there.
Feldman naturally gets a big in swing to right-handers, so away to the lefties. So he can even be a bit straighter to the left-handers because of his swing. He always will swing it down that off stump. A bit like a right arm out swinger might swing it down the off stump if they're going over the wicket to a lefty. But Foxy Feldman gets it sort of to go a fair bit away from these left-handers as he comes in. Pushed down the ground, well fielded. Nathan Carroll there mid-off, bit of an athlete.
Wow.
And Carroll spent last winter playing first grade Premier Rugby for brothers, I'm pretty sure, and got a few little cross-code athletes in this final.
Here's a question for you. You might know the answer to it. The Fox Feldman, how did you get the name Fox? Don't know.
No idea.
Andrew Gady, if you're listening, mate, can you send me the origins of that nickname? If you're not at the Woods on Blackwood Street at Mitchelton this morning.
Well, no ball. There. No ball.
Speaking of internationals, the Scottish international Hamish Gardner has just walked into the clubhouse. One of the coaches here at UQ. Henry on 2 after 21 deliveries. No one's playing a miss down the leg side again. Right, I was a little bit off here. Luke Feldman just pitching it up. So the Suns just trying to push through here. Webb Harris Oval. The reason we're here is because Alan Waterfield was out of action because of the Shield commitments and Marsh One Day Cup yesterday. So the minor premiers are entitled to host this decider. Feldman again. Squeezes that to Gully. No run. 3 slips down to Gully for Luke Feldman. Makes his way back to the mark. Hasn't troubled the batsman like Sully has, but nonetheless pitching it up, making him think you've got to show respect for the big unit.
See if we can close out this 8th over. Keep the pressure on University of Queensland's top order.
No one whipped through mid-wicket, but that's
big
well
dive
fielded.
from Sam Wilson there. He knocked that one down. I think he took a bit of a chunk there.
Yeah. They should all have their little sand buckets like golf. Into the over there from Luke Feldman.
1 for 11 after 8. Great to have some cricket going on day 2. There's a few things. I think the final at Northern Suburbs at second grade's a delayed start there. Seems to be a fair bit of weather on the north side this morning, and whilst they had a full day's play, or close to a full day's play yesterday, they're not playing there right now. So I think Northern Suburbs batted day 1, ended up at 5 for 170 or for 88 overs against Sunshine Coast. good tussle between two very good sides. A couple of young batters were amongst the run. Toby Snell did a very good job for Northern Suburbs, and Mitch Doolan, a country boy, is not out. Good fight there.
I think you might find, I think if I was Nathan McSwin, this would be the last over for Sully. Just to give somebody else a crack with the new ball while it's still hardish.
Over the wicket.
Yeah, it's been straight driven to mid-off for no run. I don't know whether you say they have a predominantly strong pace attack, the Vikings, so I think just give Sully a break after a 5-over spell, warm conditions, and just give somebody else a crack with this new ball before it gets too wet. The outfield is starting to dry out, but not quick enough. I could be proven wrong. He's gone back over the wicket to the left hand. I think he's going to try and really bend his back in this final 5 deliveries of this spell is my prediction. Oof. And that's one.
Good pace from Sully.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, if he had it was well read there by Jack Clayton, knew where his furniture was, but boy, good ball from Sully, saying I want another one maybe.
Yeah, definitely a day for some short and sharp spells. As I said, there are plenty of quicks for Northern Suburbs.
No breeze from either end, is there, Roddy?
No, it's a bit still.
Yeah. Sweat and gravy up here.
Sully comes in again.
Uppy. Oh. Well, he tried to play that on the onside. Did Jack Clayton get a leading edge?
Yeah, got kind of caught in between there, sort of between a little flick and a pull shot, and got that leading edge and just ballooned to a vacant short cover there. They've got plenty of sort of catching men on the leg side, Northern Suburbs, but on the offside in front of square, it's just a very straight mid-off there. He's in tight, but not that tight.
There it is.
Ballooned. Keeping the pressure on Northern Suburbs.
Yes. Well, that's 2 good balls. He almost hit off stump, and then that one that's popped. And he's making Clayton play, which is good tactics here from Sully.
Definitely sort of a tactic to push Clayton back here early. There's been a lot of balls sort of through the chest and shoulders. Push him back on the crease and maybe try and slip one up nice and full. Catch him off guard.
Two balls from Sully. 1 for 6. Very economical, but as we mentioned, they're not in a hurry to get runs to survive the students. 2 slips in a gully remain. Shoulders, arms. A little bit of a stumble forward there from Tom Healy behind the stumps. I think he's with a toes caught in the slush.
See if he can close out his over well, Sully. Keep that momentum going for Northern Suburbs.
I don't see anybody doing any calisthenics. So he may have another over. Well, you wouldn't take much to warm up at the moment. Last over, southern end. Last ball of this over, I should say. He's 5th. Lovely shot. Finds
well fielded from Carroll there at cover. Couldn't get that one through. Another maiden. Very solid start with the ball for Northern Suburbs. I might go around the grounds with the other finals in action. So, talking about second grade at Northern Suburbs. 5 for 174 off 93 overs. 5th wicket came very late. That was Toby Snell, 69 off 263 balls, and Mitch Doolan's 46 not out of 144. So, I think plenty of overs for Mitch Cook from Sunshine Coast with 38 overs, 1 for 47, 21 of the maiden. So he might be a bit sore today.
It's almost reminiscent of, I think, Dan Wilson, was it from the Hornets? I think he bowled 17 overs, 11 maidens, 1 for 7 or something in the semi. Crazy.
Feldman comes into Henry.
That's found square. They're going to cut through a quick single. That's it. Mix it up so they disrupt the bowl's rhythm. Am I right on that one? Dan Wilson, I think he had some ridiculous figures there.
I did see him bowl in the semi, yeah. They had a few. I think even Nick DeGusti was bowling some off spin. So North did bat for a very long time in day 1 and day 2 in the semi. And
it was a thriller, wasn't it? Got right down the wire.
Harry Wood played a very good innings to almost get Ipswich over the line and was supported well by some of the middle to lower order, but just a few too many runs and probably not enough overs for the Hornets.
The Hornets were supposed to play a UQ before COVID struck last year as Feldman comes in for his 5th over. There's an appeal, Boland. Oh, it's traditional Luke Feldman appeal there.
I think the umpire,
how I missed that.
I think the umpire signalled a bit of bat on that. There were a few noises. Replay here. Not going to be able to tell much from there.
No.
It is in front, though.
But just looking at Tom Healy going down a leg a little bit, not a lot, but I think it must have been bat the only thing that saved him, I think, Roddy.
I think I saw umpire Boland sort of tap his hands, which suggests maybe a bit of bat. But
well, he's still there. Doesn't matter what I think, but Luke Feldman's going to go around the wicket.
Definitely a lot more probing from around the wicket to these left-handers, so from that replay, he was in front, but seemed to be suggested a bit of bat.
So, Peter Boland standing there doing the sugar bowl. Goes back into position, waits for Feldman. Another field change here as mid-on comes up closer, just on the edge of the square. So Feldman, a bit of a scare here for Clayton. Full face of the bat that time. But how I missed the Luke Feldman appeal. 2 hands in the air. Down on his haunches. I can't do that anymore. It's hard to say no, really.
From his Bulls days, he was a big appealer. There's a few photos of him, like, knees on the ground, on the turf, arms up.
And he does when he gets the wicket, he does the double punch in the air. He still loves to take wickets. Luke Feldman comes in. That one's been pushed. Lovely dive, but unable to rein it in. They'll go for 2.
Might potentially come back for 3. Big slide from Carroll.
Well, like I've said, you get run out in red ball cricket, you go back to 6th grade. You don't take those quick singles. I mean, there's not necessary, but that was a lovely shot, though. Full face of the bat. Any other day, they would have been 4. The replay's brought to you by Kookaburra.
Great sponsor of Premier Cricket and cricket around the country, Kookaburra. As Feldman comes in.
The full face of the bat. I don't know. I don't see a lot of demons out there, Michael Wright. Look, on face value, you and the conditions, you would win the toss and you would probably bowl first, but they need to get another breakthrough, and a bowling change might bring that about. Whether Sully...
It's been extremely tight.
It's tight, but they want the wickets with this ball before it gets too messy. Feldman going to come around the wicket again.
See how he closes out this over.
Clayton 4 off 20.
Through the keeper.
Very unusual.
Based on the messages I'm getting through, John, we've got a few people watching at the 2nd grade grand final at Northern Suburbs with a bit of rain there, sort of delaying their start. So enjoying the nice facilities at Northern Suburbs.
Is it air conditioned over there?
No, there's fans, pretty sure.
Well, it's better than
just
nothing.
Excellent facilities there at Shore Road now.
I have been there, but I haven't been over to the clubhouse. I know that I'll find out on Tuesday what it's like. But
it wouldn't have been that fun on a rainy grand final weekend with 3 fields in the old facilities. We would have been running for some shelter. So to have
and a long run,
to have a lovely clubhouse and change rooms. I'm sure the boys are enjoying that at Northern Suburbs as Sully comes in.
Yeah, he's going to continue, and that's going to be pushed back with a point, and they may get the first boundary rolling away, but they'll turn for 2.
Will they come back for 3?
It's a long boundary. They'll stay for 2.
Getting up the run today. That's a long 2. As you said, you don't want to push it and risk a run out here. That was Josh Brown chasing that to the boundary. He took the early catch this morning, a backward point.
Lovely shot there from Scott Henry. Late cut through that vacant point and gully region.
You talked about maybe bowling changes as Sully comes in.
I was wrong again.
I saw Noah McFadden, I think, was doing some stretching at first slip there. Might be coming on soon. He's
Well, there's no breeze. The only thing you would want is probably to bowl from the college's end because it's a little bit more downhill. You're sort of pushing up the hill here at Wep from the river end, but other than that, there's no real advantage of which end you bowl from because breeze-wise, it's still as. Don't bring your kites, kids. It's not going anywhere.
Fadron keeps warming up. If you pick him up, that on the screen there.
Sully. Into his 6th over.
Well stopped from bat pad, Dawson.
Yeah, played nicely in soft hands from Scott Henry there. Just whipping it off his hips. Connor Sully. 1 for 8, the only breakthrough this morning, and a super catch. Not as good as that largish left-hander catch at Gully. It's gone by.
In 6th grade, yeah. That was in the semi-final. Sully comes in.
That's biblical. And it's like he does it all the time, his reaction afterwards.
His name is Derek, might not get the last name right, but Hilbron. I think he's the new Valley's Tabners coach for next season. And plucked one left hand and being the only semi-final at Valley's, they had it on the number 1 at the live stream, and My Cricket picked it up and Fox Sports, and it went around the world. I think they were comparing it to Shane Warne and Mark Taylor. The spinner had some blonde in his hair, and
rightly so. Yeah, he did too. You're right. That was the catch that sent the cricketing world into a bit of a buzz. It's a shortish ball. Getting tired is Sully.
It's been it's great to have the footage and things on show. There's been plenty of highlights, and as I said, at all levels, whether it be first grade or another grade, you'll grab something which is either a freakish catch or a great run out, or there's been some mix-ups as well. There's been some
bloopers.
Yeah, there's been some bloopers. Usually put them all together at the end of the season. So
great. You've got to have the cameras there. Sully, this is the last ball of his over. His 6th over, 1 for 8. Scotty Henry waiting for him, and shoulders, arms, and with the over.
Very even start here, both North with the early breakthrough, but University is trying to weather some really tight bowling here for Northern Suburbs. We keep going around the ground, so the 3rd grade final at Northern Suburbs number 2. North's hosting Gold Coast. Gold Coast batted first and dismissed, or bowled out for 205 right at the end of play on day 1. Bit of rearguard action from Gold Coast there. Dan Doran, former Queensland Bulls player, with 66 not out, and Eckersley with 35 at number 9 as Feldman comes into Clayton. Diving take from Healy there. So not sure what the weather's going to be like at number 2 at Northern Suburbs, but Northern Suburbs get a chance to reply to that today.
I don't know, most captains don't like to do a double change. We'll see if there's first one is a Minor Birds trying to muck here on the balcony at Webb Harris. Feldman from the northern end. And that one's straight driven, fielded by Feldman. Yet to get a wicket, but very economical. Just a 7 from his 5.2. And you see McFadden.
Imagine keeps warming up. I think he's keen. I think if he hasn't been told he's bowling, he's trying to tell someone he wants to bowl.
Where's McSweeney? Is he?
I think he's next to him at second slip.
Oh, okay, so he doesn't really have to do that. Well, there's a little bit of flossing without the arms. Yeah, I think it's definitely a bowling change is needed.
Oh, that was very close, that one. I think I wouldn't want to be a left-hander facing Feldman from around the wicket. A lot of shape, and as he comes in, this looked very close. Ooh, just held his line, didn't sort of go, oh, that's extremely close. That was orange, didn't swing.
But Clayton knows where his stumps are. May have had it covered by the pad, but we'll never know. He's still there, 1 for 16. Pretty ordinary run rate, but it's a battle of survival here at Webb this morning. Greasy conditions in the outfield, super hard in the middle.
Left again.
It wouldn't be very often you'd see Jack Clayton 4 off 24. Likes to get on with it.
I think, against a strong attack and good bowling, it's
A big occasion as well for Ronnie.
a very big occasion.
Title. Well, how many? They're going for back-to-back.
They're going for 3 in a row, University of Queensland, in the 2-day format. Feldman comes into Clayton.
That one's whipped and diving and slightly Harbour Bridge-ish like, but a good
That
attempt.
one is going to hold up again, I think. And
nothing's going to
big throw here for Dawson. They take the 2.
I reckon that I don't think there'll be the only boundary today will be a 6, because even if you hit it high, it's going to plug. And along the ground, it's not going to go there either.
And probably has to be straight. The square boundaries at Webb Harris are pretty long. A little bit, almost a sort of, the overall field's a bit sort of squarish. So the straighter boundaries are probably the best bet if they were going to go for a 4-day.
I'm going to tempt fate here. Jeff Teaser's in the clubhouse, and I'm going to just see if his good wife's watching, because apparently he's promised a keg. if they get over the line here, no, I'm making that up. Totally making that up. I threw him in the deep end there last year or 2 years ago.
Another good over from Feldman there.
And a lot of clubs are blessed with some really passionate and driven presidents and CEOs. John Dooley and Mappery, and they are the glue for all these clubs. They do a great job. Who's the Norths have got?
Paul Keller's the president.
Keller, yeah. I'm going to leave them all out here. I shouldn't have started this, but anyway. McFadden, he's going to have a bowling change here from the southern end.
He was warming up, and young Noel McFadden comes on.
Anybody else warming up? Right. Interesting enough that Luke Feldman's fielding with, well, he's going down to get his cap, I think. Can't give him to the umpires. I don't see anybody else warming up as yet. Anyway.
I think McFadden reached out his birthday. Youngster, I want to say he's 18.
Oh, yeah?
That's my guess.
Hang on. Now, that's dedication. So he's turned 18 when? Not yesterday.
I think maybe 2 or 3 days ago. During the week, so.
I was going to say, you turn 18 on a Saturday and you can't celebrate because of cricket.
Very talented all-rounder. Older brother's a Brisbane Lions player, or Brisbane Lions squad member.
Well, he's going to bowl.
Noah comes into Henry.
He's going to start around the wicket. It's going to be a loose one down onto the pads, and Feldman will come in with a cap on to field that at fine leg.
I think
he's going around the wicket straight away. Now, who's that warming up at mid-wicket?
That's the other end, soonish. Doing some stretching. So a young pace attack for Northern Suburbs. McFadden coming into Clayton.
Yeah, he only has the 2 slips in a gully, and that's pushed the mid-wicket by Jackie Clayton. 6 off the 28 deliveries. Suddenly, sorry, mate. Yeah, where you go?
No, I was saying he shuffles in. I often compared him to Ian Harvey. Kind of runs in, sort of shuffles in. Sometimes he can have the ball in the other hand and sort of slightly heavier and quicker than you expect.
There's no one at square leg.
Probably 2 there.
Yeah,
Clayton's
good call.
Quick to turn back there.
Yeah, Clayton calling Henry through there, but Ian Harvey, you must be getting on, righty? I thought you were a young bloke. Ian Harvey's like in the early 2000s. Yeah. Or you must have been watching cricket from a very young age.
You start watching cricket at a young age.
Yeah, but how do you remember that? I mean, he was
pretty good.
He was very good. But I don't understand how old you... How old? No, I won't ask how old you are. You probably don't know anyway.
Australia had some pretty good players back in the 90s and 2000s.
Well, that was over 20 years ago. So
the Freak was his nickname.
The Freak, that's right. Correct. Actually, sometimes I'll follow Wild World of Sports. Sometimes they bring up the old footage, and while the cricket's fantastic, the fashion is very ordinary. My God, I don't know what happened there with New Zealand. They just drew the short end of the World Series cricket colour chart.
It's on the hip again there. Always. Let get that line right there. Just
only the one that time.
a bit less pace than Sully. The lefties are probably a bit more confident, sort of working that one off the hip or playing across the line to McFadden. So you want to be a bit more on that off stump or fourth stump, or you might even think about coming over and work the angle.
Well, Prestwich is going to come next to the umpire now. He's sick of diving, or he's not quite there yet. Anyway, McFadden continues around the wicket. And again, straying down the pads, no run. Healy does the fielding. And now we can see some shadows out in the middle of the whip. There you go.
The sun's trying to...
Screenshot that, people.
So
umpire
drinks, drinks are coming soon.
What's the rules with grade cricket? Because myself and Rayfields absolutely get unbelievably critical of trainers running out with water every 10 balls. Can they run out here at any time?
Yeah, there's some coaches and staff walking around.
No, but they even they have 4 eskies and they're still thirsty. It's bizarre. But anyway, as you see Feldman to continue around the wicket, that's a lovely straight drive, and it's going to be fielded by that man who's just on the wicket block.
I guess the difference is they play 4 days in a row, which I'm led to believe is rather physically demanding, so staying hydrated is a key.
Well, it is, but they do it in the first morning. They do it after the second ball. I've seen wickets fall and they run trainers.
I guess if you got the support people and the 12th,
they're getting paid,
13th people,
you want them to get up.
I'd always want as much water as possible, so sometimes you can't get that at clubland.
Son, I'm not paying you to sit there. Get out.
Feldman comes in.
It's just starting to...
But no, it makes a difference if you can get that sort of frequent drinks and support. But yeah, just normally it's not the same amount of people at a club game. But for finals, you usually have a few supporters and helpers and coaches walking around. So
just as long as they don't slow the game down, that's fine.
No, I think they're pretty good at club level. They know to get on and get off pretty quick.
Now, I'm not sure the player there.
That's Wilson.
Wilson there. Just look at that. He's just almost got his foot on the pitch. That one's going to beat the
again.
Square leg. And I'll just take the one.
Oh, they thought about 2 then. Well, slid and fielded by young Will Prestwich. No, that's Sam Wilson at sort of short mid-on there. Big frame of...
Well, Sam Wilson was the man who batted forever to actually get that total for Norths.
Yeah, I think it was like
semi-final.
280 odd balls like that, a number 6 or 7, and he batted with the tail.
Yeah, I said to
older brother of Harry Wilson, I
actually messaged
Reds and Wallabies.
Oh, right, yeah.
Flanker.
I actually messaged Dan Wilson and said, well, geez, Wilson's a pain.
There was a few Wilsons in that game.
Yeah. I said, what are you going to do? He said, I don't know. He's no relation. Well, it wasn't that day. Feldman again around the wicket. That one scooted through. Fox has had enough of Clayton. Scott Henry.
I think there was a game maybe 2 or 3 years ago where Ipswich, they definitely fielded at least 3 sets of brothers.
So yeah, the Wilsons and the Woods.
And the Lutters. I think I have a guess there might even been another group in there.
Wow.
Good strong family connections and club there, which is par for the course at a lot of the premier clubs around the place. Some siblings and whether it be brothers or as Feldman comes in. A great shot from Henry there through.
Super shot.
They have to run this, I think.
They will.
Get that ball wet.
There's 2.
Big throw for Brown. He's just throwing right.
When in doubt, throw in the middle.
Whether it be with brothers or brothers and sisters, or and again a few sisters as well.
We got the Prestiges and the Barsbys,
Doolies.
Yeah, Doolies, Sipples,
which is great. Great to have some big family names and talented families.
Well, you got the Wrights, Wally and the Michaels, isn't it? Actually,
yeah, Wally plays. Been playing local Sunshine Coast, so
yeah. Keep you something to chat about at Christmas. That one's going down the leg sides and appeal. Well, they come in from everywhere. Luke Feldman arms in the air. Wilson came charging in. Peter Bowler remains unmoved. Let's have a look at the replay here for Kookaburra. Here's the side on. I don't know where the height is.
It's a caught down leg side, so it's going to be the behind angle. But I think the batter's probably going to be in the way here.
come off the pad. I don't think it's got the back.
Deflected a fair bit. Yeah. But no, without all the bells and whistles of hotspot and Schnicko and that kind of stuff, it's going to be...
Not this year, Michael, but maybe next year. We actually have trialled infrared. We may bring that next year, but anyway, that's the end of the over from Feldman. None for 13.
McFadden comes in.
Warranted another over after that scare. McFadden just strolling in, and I was just about to say to McFadden, I think he's a little bit excited that first. So he went for a few runs down the leg side, and he's just slowed his run up now and just concentrated on line length before he gets into his rhythm of pace. Didn't really charge in there. I think the one slip, which, yeah, I think that's a little bit... he comes in around the wicket once again. I think he needs the support of a second slip there, just getting him, pitch that outside off stump. Runs aren't an issue here. They need to attack. So they've got one slip, gully, point. Short extra cover. I can't see a mid off. Yes, there is mid off. Mid on, mid wicket, square leg, and fine leg. That one's going to beat the fieldsman. Yes, lovely late cut there from Scott Henry. That's the second time he's done that one. It may go to the fence this time. And we have, no, short. So you're going to have to run them all day.
Could be a fair few twos and threes here today.
I reckon if I was out there batting, would have turned that 3 into a 1. McFadden just straying again outside off stump this time to Scott Henry. He loves it out there. Beautiful late cut. The Big Bash might have a lot of sixes and everything, but when it comes to a late cut or a square drive, there's nothing better to watch. True cricket porn. McFadden in again around the wicket. Full face of the bat there from Jack Clayton. Batsman now in double figures. Sunshine here at St Lucia. University of Queensland campus is where the Webb Harris Oval is, right on the river, for those of you who are watching anywhere around the world. And why wouldn't you? Because considering most of you are in lockdown. McFadden again, and that one's...
Well, inside edge.
Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, some people have said, I don't know whether I could handle 2 weeks of quarantine. I reckon I could watch. If you got 24-hour sport, lock me away. There's sport everywhere in the world at all levels being live streamed these days. McFadden at first slip. Sorry, has one slip still.
Speaking of live stream, it's great to have Calling All Sports doing our final.
Thank you, mate. Where else would you rather be?
Lovely. The sun's coming out right on drinks. It's good to see. And
that is drinks. 1 for 30 Norths after winning the toss and sending the University of Queensland in to bat. They've had the one breakthrough, and after 15 overs, it's all to be done for another hour before lunch, which will be at 12 o'clock. Henry on 12, Clayton on 11. We'll take a drink and be back shortly. Drinks have been taken. Well earned. So just trying to see, there is a bowling change. Prestwich will come in from the campus end, replacing Luke Feldman. McFadden, 2 overs, none for 8 from the southern end. 2 slips in the gully. Backward point again. Still a man underneath the lid, just a short leg. And then you've got a square leg that's almost right behind that man at short leg. But anyway, waiting for Prestwich's Clayton. But I haven't seen enough shortish balls to bring that batsman into play, Michael Wright. It's all well and good to have somebody in the peripheral of your vision to give you a little bit of a nerve.
Yeah, got to adjust the eye line. Keep people guessing as Prestwich comes in for his first ball. Testing out the short ball. Too short. It was wide. It was very short.
2 umpires is called.
A bit of raw pace from Prestwich. Talking of family names, obviously a strong Prestwich connection in Queensland cricket. Youngest sibling of Georgia and Jack, and son of Scott. Scott's probably down in New South Wales with the Queensland Fire and WNCL on the short ball.
I'm liking that. Needs to make the batsman play at it though. So the bats short. Well, it's not a short leg. Short. Is it a short leg? I beg your pardon.
You got a short leg and a sort of forward square leg there. There's been a fair few hit through there today, just sort of singles and twos. So big gap at cover.
Yeah, certainly inviting the drive through the covers, and while Clayton is good at it, Henry's better. Just quietly. Prestwich has this. They all have the same hairdo too, don't they? Just that short, tight, curly blonde hair at the top of the head.
I think Georgia has slightly different hair.
Only because she doesn't want to be the same as the others. But Georgia does have longer hair. But they just
and they bowl fast.
And they bowl well.
And they give it a whack with the bat as well.
Well, you can remember seeing Jack.
Jack did a bit for the Renegades this year with the bat. He whacked a few little cameos down the order.
Well, I remember him here cramped up batting in a T20 and got 90. It was the most amazing innings I've ever seen with somebody with no footwork.
Yeah, no, he did his best to almost get North over the line, that T20. Yeah, I think it was cramps, and he basically stood and just swung, and then started reverse sweeping fast bowlers over short third man.
I think they fell short just a 1 over short, weren't they? Or?
Yeah, I think there's a few runs. Yeah, they came down to the last over. I think they needed maybe like 12 or 14 off the last over.
He wasn't there then.
No, he was out. But I think it was 90 odd or 42 balls or something like that. And
just through the hole, get your foot to the ball. Coaching tip. He just swung. It's Prestwich again. It's Will. And that one's been whipped off the pads. It's a fine leg.
Just as we sort of say that, we said the sun was coming out of drinks. It's just tucked away again. Bit of cloud cover.
Almost sleeveless sweater type. On and off. Did see actually Usman Khawaja with the sleeveless sweater the other day. But it's not the ordinary synthetic. I think his is some Mongolian goat hair, something extravagant for Usman Khawaja, a very fashionable man. No one's been bought.
Short ball.
Finally, we've seen a ball that's actually brought that man underneath the lid into play. They're well bowled there by Will Prestwich. That's what he's hoping for, to find a Scott Henry mistime ball. He's whipped him off his pads a few times. That's probably been the best ball to bring that player under the lid into action. One slip, 2 slips, as say, in the gully. The big gap between a wideish mid-wicket and mid-on. And as Michael Wright said, cover and extra cover plenty, and we've had a bird fly across. Will's not happy, but if you were batting Will, you probably would have pulled away as well. So back he goes. Yeah, toss won by Norths this morning. No hesitation into sending a UQ into bat. And they got the breakthrough. The dismissal of Nick Sale. Prestwich again. Sways out of the way.
Since then, it's been a pretty solid little period from University of Queensland. A couple of LB shouts, which I think from what the umpires indicated might have been inside edges. But
some of the best appealing I've seen too, right? They were really, really well orchestrated. People came from everywhere in that whole appealing process.
You've got to ask the question. So
you've got to love people who are at square leg. You can't even see the ball hitting coming from an appeal. You've got to back up your field. So Nick Sale, out for 5. And the score was on 6. And a pretty sharp catch by Brown. So partnership now of 26 off a lot of ball. So McFadden can third over. I've seen a few times here from the southern. A couple of balls just short of length have just sort of popped a little bit.
A nice little partnership building here for University of Queensland.
Well, you've got to ask whether they've actually done enough Norths with this ball to, with only the 1 wicket. There's been a few, as you've said, a couple of appeals for the leg before. That's straight driven. I just wonder whether they're starting to flatten out, and the ball's getting a little bit like a lump. A lot of balls going along the ground. No rope used this morning to take any moisture from the top of the ground off. So UQ may just end up batting to lunch. We could be very North. A lot of bats to come for the students.
Yeah, I think it looked a very, very good wicket, and it's a grind. Two strong teams. Good batting lineups.
Yeah, well,
it's going to be a good squeeze and grind for wickets here. So, whilst there was a bit of cloud and maybe moisture around in that first little period, sun's breaking out again here as McFadden comes into Clayton.
Lovely shot. Full face of the bat, finds Fields. Look, I'll tell you what, this is how good their batting lineups. They've actually got on the My Cricket site with Scott Walter coming in at 7. This is long overdue. Long overdue for the man who looks like the cardboard cutout of Jim's mowing once he's got that bucket hat on. He's got him in 7 and Phillipson behind him, and this is sanity has prevailed. And he's down on the actual boundary now, just looking at the wicket, taking it all in. Squeeze to backward point for no run. So there, Scott Henry's playing his trump card with the inclusion of Walter in the middle order. Nick Sale will probably have the rest of the day off. And he'll be a vital part of the bowling attack here for the students.
Yep.
Very, very handy all-rounder.
Nick Sale and Michael Philton sort of share the spin duties.
McFadden again from Southern End. Last ball of his over. Well, it's half an appeal from everybody. End of the over. 1 for 33, 17 gone. And that's
probably high outside of stump and didn't do enough.
So Prestwich will continue from the northern end. A little bit of cloud to the north. I don't want to look at the radar anymore. I've sort of had enough of that.
I think it's going to be one of those days, John. There's going to be a bit of sunshine. There'll be a bit of cloud. There might be a bit of rain. just try and squeeze as much cricket as we can in between.
Yeah, welcome any comments you have on the Facebook page. If you'd like to get involved in this final, and that's pushed Henry back into his crease. Good ball there from Prestwich. He's really bringing that short fieldsman into play. Bowling here from young Will. Scott Henry knows he's there. And now square leg has actually moved behind square. Before he was just in front of square. So McSweeney just making Henry think. Prestwich turns and in he comes. That one's been pushed through the gully region all the way, and that's the first boundary of the morning. There the bowler and waves the arm. Didn't think we'd see that today, but Scott Henry, like I said before, anything outside off stump, Scott Henry, square cut, square drives, none better in Premier Grade cricket.
I feel like most left-handed batters love that shot through there. The square of cover and backward point seems to come with the territory when you bat left-handed. You can fly it away through there, and it's a lovely shot.
We'll go back live with Prestwich. Full face of the bat there from Henry. Moves to 16. We've got this replay of this shot. This is a great shot. Outside off stump, off the back foot, and boom.
Bit of extra pace from Prestwich and runs away there.
I was just saying he's ducked off there briefly about the big bash and their sixes and fours, but sometimes shots like that, just worth the admission itself. I just love timing of the ball. Placement rather than aggression and muscle. Just the elegance of the square drive. And full face of the bat.
Cresswell's down there.
One for third. Run rate's just gone over 2 now. 1.5 there for.
Getting in a bit of the other grand finals. The 5th grade grand final at North's number 3 play's already been abandoned for day 2.
Wow.
A fair bit of rain on the north side, and
Prestwich again.
Norths were batting in that game after a very late start. They only got about 30 overs of play, and they started around 4 o'clock yesterday, and were 4 for 81 overnight against Toombul, and so a fair bit of weather probably just topped up that already wet field at Jeff Jimmick Oval, and from the message from the North's 5th grade captain that they've abandoned play for day 2, so they'll come back next weekend for day 3 and 4 and see what happens.
Yeah, one more weekend of Premier Grade cricket as we see Prestwich again.
Behind there, Henry.
He's pushing him back, isn't he?
Yeah, definitely a bit more shorter length from Prestwich than the likes of Feldman and McFadden.
Yeah, I don't think he'd be too upset. There was a little bit wide of off stump there for that boundary of 4, but he's certainly bowling to his field and that play underneath the helmet. So Prestwich goes back to his mark after finishing his the second over. It might have been his third.
Earlier on, we were talking about some of the other grand finals in action. No play at Redlands yesterday, 4th and 6th grade, and I think they also had a fair bit of rain overnight this morning. So it could be a quiet weekend on the field at Redlands, and it might be a bit more off the field. People enjoying some drinks and toasted sandwiches. But if anyone's listening from the 4th final, update.
Just send us a text. Marlis might be down there. Is Matty Kay in one of those teams?
Matt Fay. Matt Fay's the 4th grade captain for Redlands. Yeah, that's Redlands for uni in 4th grade. Good match up there. 2 very strong sides.
Does lead the team song quite well, does Mr. Fay? Very vocal.
And
a great beard as well.
As a 4th grade captain, and I got to play against him this year. Good side, good bunch.
Yeah, he's a good guy, Matty Fay. I don't know why I came up with Matty Kay, but anyway, he's done a lot of anonymouses.
I think I think something happened in the semi-final. A long-term Premier cricket player, Jason Hill, mostly known for his bowling, scored his first ever 100 for Redlands, I think after about 20 years of playing Premier and grade, his first ever 100 for the club. So doing it.
He's done it. Didn't Nick take 400 years to get his first 100? First grade?
Just beat the bat. Lovely ball. I'm sure Herf got hundreds before first grade, before that one.
No. But Premier grade, I think that's his first 100.
Okay. I thought it was his first grade one.
No, first grade, yeah, but not his first 100.
No, this was the batter's first ever 100.
Ever?
Yeah, he's a bowler.
Has he been seen since?
I think they just batted for their entire semi-final, Redlands, so they've been in good nick.
He's pretty ruthless, that young Matt. Right behind that one.
Good line there from McFadden.
And Clayton, 52. Steady she goes. Said no need for a lot of runs here from UQ. They just need to survive. Lunch will be taken at 12 after starting at 10, half an hour after the scheduled start of 9:30 to make up for yesterday. So we can go till 6 o'clock, Michael, is that right?
Yep.
With light provided, which may not be around, but although the sun's out a bit now.
I think it's going to be hard to play that late. Been at some games yesterday, which was finishing around that sort of 5:40, 5:45 time, and in March it gets a little bit tough around that time. Good forward defence from Clayton.
Nothing's getting through there, is it? He's pretty safe. Well, he was beaten earlier in the over.
Just good battle here. Both batters getting 50 ball mark. Well, getting set, and it's going to be a challenge for North just to sort of pry that wicket on a good on a good deck. Sun sort of poking out. I'm sure the ball's probably picked up a bit of moisture as well, which isn't the easiest thing from a bowling point of view when that seam and things gets the change a little bit. But good battle and good grind in a grand final here between two very strong sides. So what do you expect at this level?
Yeah, just looking at the radar, we were down at the Gold Coast last weekend on Sunday for the women's final. Luckily we're not there today.
Yeah, I think there's been a lot of rain that northern New South Wales, southern Gold Coast area. It seems to cop it a bit as Prestwich is getting ready to come into Henry here.
Look at this run-up. It's outstanding for Prestwich. And again, finds about a loud no from Henry. Clayton backing up well, but no run there. There's just a little bit of moisture to the north. But that's disappointing there for the washouts for today.
Yeah, that's just the fifth grade one. I'll wait and see what's happening in second grade and third grade north. So anyone's listening, we'll appreciate some updates. We'll keep the viewers aware of the other grand finals going around the traps here in Comp. Trying to pinch one there. Nathan Carroll with some excellent fielding.
I'd like to know who called that.
I think Henry's called yes and no. Carroll moved very well to that. As we talked, he's dived around a fair bit today. He's a very good athlete.
I reckon he would have called yes.
I'm pretty sure this replay will sort of fly into the screen here late. Just
pretty sure that he said yes, and then just saw the dish eyes light up of Jack Clayton, who looked like he was just about to be hit by a serial killer, and he said no. There's no way I'm running. He was terrified, Jack Clayton, because he was going to the danger end, and we've got somebody walking in front of the side screen. That's just
oblivious to a game of cricket.
Yeah.
That usually happens on University's third oval, St Lucia number 7, where people walk across the field, but the fence helps here at Webb Harris Oval.
Yeah, so now he's stopped and Henry waits. Not the
pushed him on.
Yeah, not the full face, but yeah, just I sometimes wonder people just Don't realise. Anyway.
Playing games on the number 3 at St Lucia, you're guaranteed, if it's the right time of year and university's in swing, you'll get people across that field on a Saturday.
Across the field?
Across the field. Like,
with their dog? Literally across the field?
They'll literally walk across the field to go to the university. Oblivious that there's 13 players out there, a couple of umpires, they just walk across as Prestwich comes in.
And 2 of them have bats.
Beat the outside edge there. And they get rather close. They get to usually about mid-off, mid-on. And just...
Have they got music in their ears? Is that without?
Maybe sometimes.
Yeah, but still.
Just maybe not into cricket. They might not know that it's a sport. And that people have decided to mingle on this lovely bit of grass.
Yeah. Because these other people all dressed in the same colours.
Yeah, it's a party.
Yeah.
So... No, but the fence definitely helps here. Stop that.
Yeah, it's been repaired.
It's looking great, the fence.
And the new sight screen at the end that Prestwich is coming in from. Full ball. Good bowling here from Prestwich. 3rd over. Number 7. He's had a couple of loud appeals, beaten the bat of Henry. Brought that man, as you can see on screen, at short leg into play a couple of times. Yeah, smart bowling here from the big quick. Henry, the skipper. A lot of speculation as to if the university side win this year, whether they'll all front up next year. There's some players getting up there in the age. A lot of finals, a 3-peat in the taking here. That's a lovely shot off the back foot through cover. They only get 2.
As Prestwich falls down again, and Carroll does the fielding. He's going to have some washing to do tonight. Nathan Carroll. He's dived around a fair bit and got the creams dirty. It's good to see.
Apparently he's got plenty of coin. He's going to buy a new pair. Let's go. Have a look. This is a really good shot off the back foot.
Off the back foot on a drier day, probably get a bit more value with that shot. Might run for a 3 or even get to the rope for 4. But definitely a few more shots have come about in the last few overs. So as I said, both batters been for 50 balls and should be set. So Norths are going to have to work hard to pry a wicket here.
Yeah, as you mentioned, Prestwich taking a tumble, hit by the sniper, not for the first time, and McFadden will continue from the river. And we're just starting to get a bit of a breeze coming in into the clubhouse here. So it's coming from an easterly direction. One slip in the gully here. Lovely shot and finds short extra cover, no run.
I got a text just before that it is very wet, or a lot of rain through North, which is hosting 3 of the other grand finals. So a fair few people sitting off the field just waiting for things to get better. But as I said earlier, the 5th grade game's been called for today. Hope we get some better news. Fadgen comes in.
Lovely shot, but that'll find the field.
Well, 2nd and 3rd grade, which
if you're on the north side on Tuesday, the Shield game's supposed to start there. If you want to go down and watch the South Australians take on the Bulls sit top of the table up to some bonus points. New South Wales in 2nd, so get out and see some superstars of the Australia. Obviously, Renshaw and Bitten getting last away. So great facilities there.
Bulls are in great nick at the moment. Had a big one-day win as well against the Western Australians.
Yeah, yes. And
were you on the call for that one?
No.
We'll finish that game. I think I flicked on and they're about 5 down or 6 down, and there was a batter left, and then next minute they all bowled out. Australia, they sort of gifted Queensland a nice bonus point victory, which is good.
They need that because New South Wales won as well, thanks to Warner there at the top of the table as we wait. So Queensland and New South Wales are on top of the ladder in the Marsh Sheffield Shield, and probably will remain that way.
I'll get up, I think. I think we have the WNCL sort of getting down to the pointy end of its competition.
I think if Queensland beat New South Wales today, knocks New South Wales out, who have been in the last 4,000 finals.
Yeah, I saw that article this morning, so we'll wait until the end of the over. Fadgen comes in.
He's 2 balls to go. Full face bat finds extra cover. Bit of a no.
Yeah, I think they've played in every final of the WNCL in that format for 25 years.
It's ridiculous.
I think they've won 22 of them. I think the Vic snuck in one once, and the Western Australians won it last year. But it's been very much a New South Wales flavoured trophy, the women's domestic one-day competition. As McFadden comes in to close out the over. Beats the bat. It's been a couple each over, just a bit of nibble. But yeah, so I think it's down at North Sydney Oval, that game, Queensland Fire versus the New South Wales Breakers, and it's delayed due to rain. So a bit of weather seems to be around the east coast.
Now that's decked away a little bit away from Clayton there. Yeah, a little bit in there. Well by McFadden. Well, just quickly touching on the women's game. Commiserations to the minor premiers, the Gold Coast Dolphins last week, but what a win to the newbies on the block in Sunshine Coast.
Yeah, massive. Great bunch of young sort of talented players coming through. I think we have a bowling change here. Sweeney's coming on, the skipper, but there'll be no national championships this year, but I think a fair chunk of the Sunshine Coast Scorchers first grade side would have featured in some of the Queensland youth sides to go away, all playing together and playing in a really good unit. And they won their last 5 fixtures and then won the semi and the grand final. So a bit of momentum and a great thing for the competition to win in your first year as McSweeney comes into Henry.
And he pushed back. Yeah, he was Ashton Uth, the coach, got the traditional esky full of water over the top of the head for taking out the title. And the commiserations, they've been the form side Gold Coast all year. I think it might have been their 4th 50-over final, and yet to get the biscuits. McSweeney again pushes Henry back.
They picked up a T20 title a few years ago in first grade, but they've had a bit of a tough run in the finals of the one-day comp, but also you got to make them, so you're doing well if you're always in the mix there.
McSweeney again. Quick bowled him. Got left through the guard there of Scott Henry. He's gone for 18 with the third ball of Nathan McSweeney's spell. Wow.
It's going to be a great replay, this one, right down the camera. Battle of the skippers here. Just slid on.
Let's come back in. And he's pretty happy. That's not how he actually danced. That was reverse replay, but that's come through. Just hit the top of off stump of Scott Henry. And
huge wicket.
It was a huge wicket. They needed that before lunch.
Half an hour before lunch. Second wicket on a real tough grinding day, and the first over a spin. And that one didn't spin. It's always tough, those finger spinners. They're that natural variation, the one which just sort of looks like it's going to turn and just hits something or slides on. But
well, the ball's not that old, Righty. It's only 21 overs old, so it's still quite hard.
And sort of look back on McSweeney's career, and the year North won their first grade title, definitely in the back half. His bowling kicked into gear. He played a big part in the grand final with his off spin, and he's quite young at that stage. And his bowling's definitely picked up, and a genuine bowling threat with his off spin. I
think that came with a haircut.
Oh no, he bowled pretty well with the long hair. Like that.
He was outstanding
with the blonde Dickie knee hat, the haircut and the bobbing around. I'm sure that was distracting from a batting point of view, but.
The cousin
you still get the curls with the short hair.
So we've got 2 slips.
The second slip. Yeah. Fleming comes in at slip there for the new batter.
Push forward.
A really interesting test here. So new batter in Jack Carty. Very clean striker of the ball. Likes to take the bowling on, but 20 odd minutes before lunch. Sorry.
He's a tall man. He wants to throw that leg down the pitch, and he does.
Yeah, he'll get forward.
I think McFadden will be a bit dirty that McSweeney gets 2 slips and he only gets 1. Let's go home there. Maybe that's the skipper's privilege.
Fresh batter. Got to attack.
Okay. Sunshine here at wet finally. Long right foot down there from Jack Carty.
successful over for Northern Suburbs there, 2 for 39 after 22. Game very much ebbing and flowing and a tight contest.
Now, we said there's a lot of bats to come for the for UQ. Fry, Phillipson, Coetzee. But yeah, they want to survive until lunch. 2 for 39. Clayton 12 off 60. Still 26 minutes ago until that scheduled lunch break. I don't think we'll have any weather to bring that forward at all, and they'll have to survive now, the students.
Yeah. Interesting to see how Norths match up the period before lunch here. Just had taken the experienced wicket of Henry, faced 50, 60 balls. Wouldn't be surprised if Feldman has a little nibble before lunch as McFadden comes in.
Yeah, McFadden. Oh, just straining down the legs there, and it gets him off strike there. But that will bring Jack Carty on strike. Yeah, Feldman will probably come in from replace McFadden. You would think if he does come back into the attack, because I don't think McSweeney's going to.
Or Sully.
Throw the ball up.
Or Sully. I'd be confident that have one of those strike bowlers from the opening pair just to have a over or two.
Well, this is 6 over his spell, so you're getting a bit tired. Although it's not a long run up, it's an economical run up.
Just checking the comments, an update from 4th grade final as McFadden comes into Ubatakarti. In the front pad there. University 4th grade skipper Ollie Moa said still no play at Redlands in 4th grade, so I'm sure they're off the field maybe enjoying some toasted sandwiches and the Redlands hospitality.
I would think Ollie Moa would probably be doing some calisthenics, a little jog around the outfield. A very energetic man is Ollie Moa. I had him on the commentary here at one stage, Ollie Moa, I recall. Very astute, knows the game quite well, the big fella. Big club man here at the university. I think actually he's in charge of their events, their Friday night monthly things.
Social captain.
I think he's a social captain, and I think he's also a lawyer, which is handy for if you've got a social captain.
Often a very prized position at a club, that.
Yeah, I think it does help that you have a law degree, though. Although I think Lachlan Border might be involved in that as well. You see McFadden again, halfway through his 6th over. Yeah, just trying to survive here now, Carty. Wouldn't mind them putting in the short ball. Carty loves the hook.
Yeah.
I'd really like to see back square leg come back. I think last ball of the over.
I think he'd match up pretty well against McFadden. If it's going to be a short ball, it's probably for a Sully or a Feldman.
He does like to hook it, and hook it big. Nothing to do with that one. A bit of a cry there, as if to say.
Yeah, I think it was a bit close there.
But it wasn't, because his left foot was a mile across. Sorry, his right foot was a mile across.
See here. I think he did a fair bit sort of after the ball. There's more first slip than the keeper there. I think McSweeney's pretty excited after taking that big wicket.
Yes. But he did have as we wait for McFadden again, last ball of his 6th over. And the dot ball. But we talked about Nathan McSweeney's hair, because I think Sammy Heslett also had the long hair, didn't he? Was him, or was it had the dark hair?
Maybe you might be Baisley had some longish hair for a little bit.
But his is like very dicky. He's like the two of them were blonde and the brunette in the dicky knee department.
McSweeney owned that style for a good period there, bowling with the hat on.
I wonder why he changed. His dad's not here. I must ask him what happened there. Did he lose a bet, or just thought it was too darn hot and someone to have that much rug on your head? McSweeney, the man in question, is about to resume with one wicket, and that of Scott Henry in a super pill.
Well, speaking of hairstyles, I'm pretty sure at the start of the year, let's wait as McSweeney comes into Clayton. I'm pretty sure I saw a photo of Jack Carty, with a non-striker with a raging mullet in the one-day portion of the season. So you get a few across the year.
That would have been a bet for sure. Pushes him back, Clayton. He's a big man, isn't he, Jack Clayton?
Carty.
Jack Carty, I should say.
Yeah,
big man. Didn't look out of place in the number 5 in the Red Heavies rugby union side. McSweeney again, quicker ball.
I'm sure he's probably played some winter code in his life.
His dad's a big unit too.
Good tight start here from McSweeney.
2 slips. You can see that man underneath the helmet at short leg. Pushes him back. He wants to come forward, Clayton, but he's just not tall enough.
Big 20 minutes here. 20 minutes on lunch here. I'm relatively confident there'll be an appeal. There'll be a little something.
Well, I don't know whether. I think Jack Clayton should realise, and he would have been at the other end when Scott Henry got out. Probably get a little bit more outside off stump taking guard. He's right on leg, comes across a lot, and pushes that behind that man at short leg. Well, that's got to be that's a thief of the night single, that one. Jack Carty must have been halfway down the pitch. Look at this. Thunders down the big unit, easy
it's
single.
only a couple of steps for
him, yeah. So McFadden continue around the wicket. It would be his 7th over, I think. Yeah, none for 9. And he has only 1 slip. Come on, 8th. What are you doing? Before lunch, attack.
Yeah, I think it is pretty flat out there from a wicket point of view, and both Carty and Clayton are batting a little half a step outside their crease to McFadden.
Well, bring the man with a lid in something. Just really put the pressure on before lunch. They're not going to play any shots.
I feel like it's that sort of the catching in front of the wicket type of.
We did see a leading edge from Scott Henry. Oh, yeah, you're right. Just like to see a bit more attack before Oranges.
Yeah, you're trying to get him to play a little push and just get out in front of one. So, yeah, you could see the cover come in a bit more from a catching point of view.
Yeah, I don't know whether you bring fine leg up. He's right on the rope. That's 2 there. Make it only 1. Bring everybody in another 10 metres just to suffocate, especially when Carty's on strike. He's yet to get off the mark. Clayton's on 14. Straight drives that to extra cover. Who's that? Is that
that's Carroll at cover. He's
looks like the dirty guy from Charlie Brown. What was his name? Linus or something. He's got dirt all over him.
He's chased a bit of leather and dived around. I said he was the six or so months ago. He was playing Premier Rugby for Brothers on the wing, scoring a few tries.
Oh, yeah, that's how to dive then. Clayton, he's on 40 off 70. And that's
well fielded by McFadden.
Yeah.
Just a good test here. I think he's just probably trying to get that same shot from that last ball, just to a ball around that 5th stump. And if it does a little fine edge to the keeper, I reckon that's what he's just trying to ask 6 questions in an over on that spot and see if the ball can just wobble away, or if it went back the other way through bat and pad, maybe inside edge onto the stumps.
Nothing to do with that one. Who's that warming up at mid-on?
That's for Feldman. We talked about it. We probably saw a strike or a little 2 or 3 over burst from either Feldman or Sully before lunch to accompany McSweeney, because I don't think McSweeney's going to take himself off after that breakthrough and the first couple of overs. He looked very dangerous.
Yeah, 17 minutes to go until lunch. There's 1 ball left in this over, and McSweeney gets through his overs pretty quick. And that's played to mid.
Push to that one. Yeah, that could be McFadden's last year if they want to give Feldman enough overs to.
Well, he'll get 2 at least if he comes on for the other one. 7 overs, none for 9. From McFadden, well bowled. He was, I think, it probably might have been 4. I think off his first over, 4 or 5. So he's recovered from there. 25 overs gone. We didn't think we'd get that in when I woke up this morning, but God's been nice. Just a little bit of drizzle before.
Some conversation happening between McSweeney and umpire Dionysius.
Maybe wondering how long till lunch.
Might have been talking about McFadden and his overs and his spells. He's an underage bowler, so he's some guidelines in that space. And
what is the?
he's under 19, so he can bowl eight in the spell.
Okay.
They are guidelines.
Okay, not have to be. McSweet. Ooh. Push that back. I always find it humorous how when I was playing cricket, anyone under the age of 19 couldn't bowl more than 4 overs, and I was 38 and still opening the bowling like a bowler's man. He said, who's going to have a heart attack first? No protection for stupid John. McSweeney, quicker ball, pushes Cardi back.
Wonder if with 15 minutes to go, whether the second slip and a bit of value at a silly point to someone under their nose just to get in their eye line.
They've all got to come in. I'm with you on this one, right? You just got to put the pressure on because he hasn't got off the mark yet. Get in there.
Because whilst it takes a bit of luck to get a little catch there at silly point, there just puts a doubt in the batter's eye.
Yeah, but even if he wants to go over the top, great. And he's to test his resolve here, Cardi. He's an aggressive player. He goes back.
Because whilst he is a good timer and aggressive player, I don't think he's going to take anything on with 15 minutes to go.
No, that's right. So bring him in. Bring them all in. McSweeney again. That one's outside off stump. Getting through the overs very, very quickly here. McSweeney, he'll probably get 2 more in. Coming right arm around the wicket
Stride.
again. That's from right in the block hole. Well bowled.
And the quick over.
1 for 1 off 3.
I think we could have a bowling change. No, McFadden's got the hat off and heading up to the top of his mark, so continue.
Maybe the Fox is just warming up.
Just maybe some distraction, just mind games.
Oh, you might have done what McFadden did to get himself a start with the ball warming up in the eye of the skipper.
Might have saw the batters looking at him and go, I'll just do some warming up and just go.
Yeah, it could be.
Like in baseball when they get some pitches up in the bullpen. Yeah. We might bring him in.
Oh, but I'm with you. I mean, this is his 8th over. And so he has to be... no, you said it was a guideline. He'll come off. It'll be a lunch break and there'll be his rest period and stuff like that, so it's all good. But in saying that, if there's 1 over to be bowled, I would have thought Feldman probably wouldn't have minded 2. If he comes on, as you said, he's warming up. Doesn't mean he has to bowl. McSweeney at first. The press switches down at fine leg. So Clayton on 14. He's been on that for quite some time. And he'll remain there.
Just good push. Definitely trying to be as straight as possible, Clayton. He's hit a lot of good punches back to the bowler mid-off.
So 1 slip, gully point, and square leg.
Another one. Be tempted with a bowler like McFadden and Clayton sort of style here to bring those mid-off, mid-on, always up catching and get in their eye line and try to make him play squarer through that cover. That cover and cover point region. And if he does open the face, have that sort of gully and the slip there to catch, because he seems pretty comfortable trying to punch it back past the bowler, but just put it another question. McFadden comes in.
Yeah, like we said, they're not going to go for any runs. Just bring them all in, make any nervous shot. They're nervous. They want to make sure they're still there at lunch, and nerves can do crazy things. So get them even more nervous. Bring them in. The helmet is. There's 2 of them out there behind keeper Healy. Use them. comes in around the wicket, and that's a lovely shot. That's going to find mid-off. But yeah, earlier they had a man right on.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
That type of position, sort of 3/4 of the way up the wicket.
Sorry, viewers, I was pointing. You can't see me pointing.
We don't have the telestrator.
No, we haven't got it. But it's actually next year we'll have the telestrator.
You do your best John Madden impersonations.
Oh yeah, all these stick boys and everything. McFadden again, trundles in. He's deceptive with his run at how much pace he gets.
Yeah, he sort of bustles in McFadden. I said, sort of can rush you a little bit. Another tight over, another maiden. He definitely he's dried the runs up at that end. He said I think he had 3 or 4 of his first over, a few little clips off the leg side, and then to bowl 8 overs, none for 9. Definitely dried the runs up.
So McSweeney will continue from
second day of play. Back on after some difficulties.
Yes, something else. Want to go for lunch a bit early?
Back on some live streaming.
And the sun is certainly out. It's muggy as. If you want to lose some weight, it's a place to be again. Ooh, I wonder whether Jack Clayton checked to see where his back foot was there for a second. Thought he didn't have enough tags behind the line.
He's been outside the crease to McFadden a few times. I think Keeley shaped up to under-armoured back, so trying to keep him honest.
He's can't see it on that picture there, but he's probably about 6 inches outside the crease. Goes back a little bit. Okay, we are back here for the second session here on day 2. Queensland Bulls Masters Premier Grade Grand Final between the University of Queensland and Norths. Michael Wright and Lee Drennan joins us. He's come back from Sunday service. Obviously rocked the foundations of the church that he was at for worship. Good morning, Lee. Or good afternoon, I should say, mate.
Yes, no, great to be here. Super subbed in for the second session.
Good time to arrive. Game evenly poised.
Isn't it? I arrived and it was raining as well, but the Hessians were on for the smallest amount of time that I've ever seen covers be on for. I think they went on for 16 seconds and then straight back off again. We're back at it.
No, there's a bit of rain seems to be down the Gold Coast and northern New South Wales, but at the moment in Brisbane, great to have a bit of action. Although here it's very wet on the north side from this morning.
Yes, that's right.
A few games on pause over there at Northern Suburbs. And also around lunchtime, got word that 4th grade final on the number 2 at Redlands is abandoned for day 2. Yet to hear about the 6th grade game there.
Is that at Redlands as well?
Redlands as well, yeah.
Great draining grounds at Redlands generally. Obviously not this weekend.
No. Toasties in hot demand, I'm guessing, if players are off the field.
That's right. They'll be making a killing at the canteen.
Big Foxy Feldman to come on after the lunch here.
Oh, it was a half shout straight away.
Expansive drive straight after lunch.
Feldman straight around the wicket too, which is interesting to see. He goes, I would assume that it's probably the first spell he's bowled to Jack Carty, I would say.
Yep, first spell, both him and Sully opened up and bowled about 2 overs to the lefties over the wicket and then flipped to around and were pretty successful from around the wicket. So straight on it in his second spell, Feldman.
Certainly Feldman with probably a ball that's not like, I was walking across that outfield, it's very damp, so I'm not sure how they're trying to keep the ball dry, and as we know, once it is wet it becomes far harder to swing the ball, but his natural shape is certainly to go like in swing to the right hander or definitely away from the left hander, so this round the wicket line would be sensational if the ball was swinging. I think on the replay though it's fairly much just holding its line, so he'll be looking for more assistance I guess off the wicket with the little bit of sprinkle of rain that we've had.
Feldman in again. Interesting field here from Northern Suburbs. I've got the mid-on sort of catching right next to the bowler's end stumps. A sort of straight-ish mid-wicket. And forward square leg and just a lone sort of straight cover on the offside in front of point. So I think Feldman's basically having a game with Carty to see if he wants to play that off drive and drive in front of the wicket and see if he can take the edge with 2 slips there. That short mid on.
I think that little box man that's standing on the pitch too gives him the ability to be able to bowl a lot straighter. So to try and bring all modes of dismissal into play, obviously it's and the other thing that it does, I was watching sort of the stream earlier when you two were on, and you can see that the outfield being quite slow means that you probably can be a little bit more aggressive with your field placings because the batsman has to really load in and crunch it to be able to get some value for shots here.
Yeah, no, I think it's a good tactic, making them play straight after lunch. It's a good punch and well fielded by Nathan Carroll. He's done a bit of work there at cover today. He's already got the mud on the trousers from diving around. I think that's the challenge there, trying to see if you can get that one which either just goes a little bit away from that lefty, take that edge.
They also will, you can see that they've already started to just try and build as much pressure as possible, just continue to bowl dot balls.
That's going to be a chase. Might come back for 2. Carroll's moved very well. And just the 1.
It's a bit stiff to only get 1. It's a nice shot from Jack Carty. It gets him off the mark too after 33 deliveries, so that's right up there in terms of longest times we've seen.
Yeah, it came out just, 20 minutes before lunch there after the wicket of Henry, and we were talking on air that he's usually an aggressive type of player, so it takes the bowling on, but didn't want to give up a third wicket before lunch, so very much just gone the front foot and blocked to lunch, and now he's got that tough ask of starting again after lunch, as well as Clayton as well.
Yeah, it's an awkward time to bat, actually, isn't it? That little last 20 minutes before lunch, just in terms of you want to come out and show as much positive intent as possible, but then, as you said, also wary.
McSweeney continuing, had the big breakthrough of Henry, the battle of the skippers.
That looked quite similar too, in the fact that just batsman looking for it to turn away from the left hander, but just sliding on a lot.
Stopped by Brown there. Forced off the back foot there.
It's a very heavy ball. Any time that it hits that outfield, it's getting more and more waterlogged.
Ball's come down. First use of the feet from the university batters to McSweeney. They said before lunch it was just front foot and a good stride in defence, but Carty coming out the bowler then.
Nathan McSweeney's doing a great job to actually maintain grip on the ball too.
Back there.
He's really locked into a good spot, you can see. And trying to really tempt Jack Carty as well. Unless my eyes deceive me, there's no one out on the leg side at all.
No one even from mid-wickets to fine leg. There's no one. Like the bat pad's there, but basically anything past bat pad is open plains. Bit of coverage for Sam Wilson in the wicket. Pushed him back.
It's a slightly different dynamic here, though, isn't it? In that, obviously, because university finished on top of the table, it's 4 days that you should have for a final, so it's a long time to try and bat for. But obviously, 1 day is already washed out, so the onus really is on Norths to try and, I guess, push the result of the game, which means that they can be a little bit more attacking with those fields and try and ask the batsmen to play slightly across the line, or little paddle sweeps and things that are going to bring in more modes of dismissal.
As we said, with the slower field, like you're potentially not going to get hurt as much with something which gets worked around the corner or lapped, or maybe on a September, October day, I might run away for 4. If you go a bit too aggressive with the fields, it's definitely tight conditions here with a slow field, and North really trying to grind out a wicket here.
Just for any batsman, though, you actually do love scoring runs at the end of the day.
Good look. Good move in from Carroll. Got a hand to it, but
don't think there'll be 2 there. No. It's a nice shot. That was Clayton's first ball since the lunch interval. Starts very positively. Little shot through cover. Just check drive there. But despite the fact that you sort of continue to tell yourself that, look, we don't need to force the game, we're ahead here, we can take as much time as we need, there is still some component on the mental side of batting where you just want to see the scoreboard move. You want to feel like you're getting some ascendancy in the game, and it's actually a difficult day to bat for that reason, that you can hit shots that more often than not are going for 1 that would have potentially been 2 and 3 on other days.
Feldman in. Just worked the forward square there. We're talking of shots and scoring. I got to witness some extremely exciting cricket at the start of the 5th grade grand final yesterday at North. I think the play started about 4 o'clock, and North were put into bat by Toombul. And I think at one stage they were none for 50 after 6 overs. There was some entertaining batting.
That is an ambush.
There were 5 fours off and over as Feldman comes in to Carty.
Rock back and look to cut that one. Carty just unable to find any timing.
Yeah, Northern Suburbs Sam Cowes, I think, hit 5 fours off a Toombul over.
I guess if you just sat around for 4 hours waiting for the game to start, you've probably got a bit of energy to try and burn there in your first couple of deliveries. That was a long time to wait to get an opportunity.
Feldman in again to Cardi. It's a bit more push at that one. Yeah, there's a few mixed styles of games at North for the finals. You had the good tussle and sort of slow battle between North and Sunshine Coast in second grade, where almost a full day's play, 5 for 175 Northern Suburbs. A good tussle there. And in third grade on number 2 was Gold Coast fought back from 7 for 110 to get bowled out for 208, I think, at the close of play.
Okay.
As Feldman comes in. So did very well from that 7 for 110. And then, you had this sort of shortened day's play up on 5th grade where boundaries flowed, but then also late there was some wickets and North finished 4 for 81. That game's been, day 2's been already abandoned up there. So they'll come back next weekend and continue that game.
Second grade game is on at North though.
I think they're sitting around and waiting for the field to dry. There's a fair bit of rain between sort of 8:30 and 10:30, 11 this morning on the north side, so I think they're just waiting for the fields as Feldman comes in. Left alone through to Healy.
Good carry there, isn't it?
Closed out, good over. Yeah, so a bit of waiting around for some of the grounds. If people are listening, shoot through a message or a text. Get to ask Lee Drennan as many questions as you like.
Yeah, absolutely. Ask away. There's a massive chance of it. North will be looking to get the overs to catch the runs here. That'll be an interesting battle to keep an eye on, actually, just to make a game within a game, righty.
Well, I think McSweeney's going to click through overs pretty quick here. I don't know if Cardi will have the same approach if Clayton will have the same approach as Cardi the last over, where sort of came down the wicket a few times to McSweeney as he comes in.
He's looking to go as deep in his crease as possible.
Yeah, that tends to go back and get in behind it and push through to cover.
He's a really good user of pace of deliveries too, Clayton, in terms of getting right on the back foot, hitting behind point generally. Like that. But again, it just becomes so much harder with sort of that soft outfield. Your initial, as soon as the ball hits off the wicket square there, that initial bounce has taken a lot of pace out of the ball, so it will be harder. Having the 2 slips into, I think North will be more than okay with watching that. They'd be probably happy to see him sort of cutting in the hope that if the ball goes a little bit quicker and skids through, then they're getting an edge through to one of those 2 slips as well.
Yeah. They do seem close, those 2 slips.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think if it's a full-blooded cut from Clayton, I think that'll take some serious catching. Yeah. That'll be humming through.
Kendall Fleming's at second slip there, and often at second slip that's for the slow edge and the one coming forward. But yeah, if he does cut one, he's probably going to hope it goes to Brown. Oh, sorry, McFadden is a bit deeper there. Oh, he's had a piece of that, and they're going to have to chase that.
That could go.
Go on. Up 4.
That's 4.
As Wade. Bit pitched up, and Clayton took toll of that, so it's good to see. As I said, batters always want to score. You don't want to get bogged down, and had the opportunity there to put one back over his head.
Yeah, it's quite a courageous shot, to be fair, because both mid-on and mid-off are reasonably deep, really. You wouldn't say that they were right up, sort of. I think that'd easily be a 1 to mid-on if you could get it there, but Clayton just decided he was happy to launch it. See, good by North as well, though. You often see as soon as a batsman uses their feet and
put someone back.
Yeah, straight back. I think North probably have earned the right at 2 for 48 or 36 overs. They've probably more than earned the right to keep those fielders up and ask Clayton to do it again. Be what they're after there. Just the 4 runs off that over.
No, definitely a few more shots after lunch, which brings North into play. They worked hard in that first session, but last sort of 15-20 minutes after that second wicket, it was very much for the university trying to get to lunch and reassess. And they've come out here and they've had a few opportunities to score, so also the opportunity to take some wickets for Northern Suburbs.
I think North will be more than happy with that, because obviously on a wicket that probably isn't offering that much assistance, there doesn't look to be a huge amount of demons in it. Obviously the ball probably losing some of that hardness as well due to the condition of the outfield. Then North probably need shots to be played in order to bring them into the game more. So they'll be happy with Uni trying to progress the game. But from a university point of view, if you feel like you're in and the wicket's not going to get you out, then it comes time to try and take toll.
And push through the covers there. Not quite timed there from Cardi.
He's got himself into good positions there, Cardi, for those drives through the offside, and just hasn't quite found his timing yet on any of them. But it looks really good hitting straight through there.
Now, Lee, as a current first grade player, you would have come up against Uni and Norths this year. Any insight into either side? I think that was it. Norths was the lockdown weekend where you didn't get to play.
That's right. Norths was locked down, so yeah, we didn't come up against them.
That's a single for Cardi. Or they did have him in the one-day grand final.
We did. Yep. Happy to talk about that if you like.
Yeah. Played a fair part in that game.
Yes. Well, that was quite useful actually, because when we lost James Pearson, Jimmy Pearson and Marnus Labuschagne in the first 3 overs, things weren't looking amazing for us, to be fair. And I was very fortunate to have Sam Hazlitt still at the other end, who was going particularly well. So I think it meant that I could be 15 off 40 and not be too worried, which was useful, and then sort of managed to catch it up a bit at the end, which was great. But I think these two sides were comfortably looked the most impressive throughout the entire year.
As Feldman comes into Clayton.
He's gone over the wicket to Clayton too, Roddy, which is interesting. So a little tactical change there. Round the wicket he was to Cardi, straight back over the wicket when there's a change of strike.
I agree with your point though. Probably in the red ball format, both sides have been the front runners for most of the year. There was a time when North were a bit clear and sort of lost to Uni and then Wynnum late, and Uni finished strong to get that first place, but both played very good cricket as Feldman comes in again.
It's allowed to go through by Clayton, yeah, and I think, to be fair, just a couple of their players, like individually from university, definitely a couple of players that have made a big difference. I know Scott Walter has taken 40 wickets for the last 15 years, and he's a player that everyone's aware of, but we sort of thought, probably to be honest, that with the Duke ball not being post-Christmas, that potentially he wouldn't have quite as significant of an impact, and then he proved everyone wrong again.
Felt a bit more force through there. No, had a big back half, Walter. Sort of, I think it was 3 fifers in the space of 4 games, and probably in the games he didn't pick up 5, but he's still picking up 3 or 4. So he finished very well and was very much aligned with a big run home for University to come minor premiers.
In that big run home too, they still had, like I saw Henderson took 5 for as well in a game where you sort of think that University are massively relying on Scott Walter and needing him to make some inroads, and then to see someone else take a 5 for as well. It's just they've always had someone stand up and contribute.
I think one of the big games was they chased against South. I think they were a bit of trouble against South, and Michael Phillipson scored 100 at 7 to get him over the line. And it is, when it comes to the 2-day format and the season, like that second half, it is about getting that momentum, and a loss, whether it be with 2 rounds to go or whatever, can have a big impact just on your team momentum and how people are feeling. So yeah, to have multiple people chip in.
Yeah. And it'll be a great feeling, like as a university player, I think particularly. But North we'll speak about as well. But University, they would never feel like they were out of the game, which is a great feeling to know that, like you said, even in that South game where they were in trouble, to have someone like Michael Phillipson walk out at number 7 and not be intimidated by a situation and not feel like he has to bat in a certain way, just bat like he bats. And I think that the fact that he runs at opening bowlers and tries to hit the side screen in 2-day cricket, that's quite difficult to bowl to, and probably a situation that young bowlers are not often confronted with. And that's the thing that I think makes them so impressive and so consistent throughout the year, is that they've got a lot of guys that are probably in that slightly older age bracket as well, and then they just know how they play as individuals and then as a team as well. And I think North's bowling attack is really significantly the reason why they're here as well. They've obviously had Nathan McSweeney, Kendall Fleming with their batting, who've had big seasons. But their bowling attack is probably the most potent in the competition, I would say, in terms of when you get to open with Connor Sully, the fact that you've got Luke Feldman to bowl first change, and then the good spin option of McSweeney as well.
And even like the youngsters coming through, like Noah McFadden, who bowled a set of 10 just before lunch, 18 years old.
Will Presswich as well. You spoke about. Oh, that's uppish, yeah.
Nathan Carroll's in the game there, a sort of short cover. He's covered a lot of territory
that's
there.
A lively fielder.
Yeah, he was playing Premier Rugby 6 months ago on the wing in first grade for brothers, so he moves pretty well. Almost.
Yeah, they'll be heartened by that. Deep in his crease there.
And in saying that, you also need a good squad. Like, you're going to rely across a long season on some guys to step up from second grade and things like that. And I think both sides are in that boat where they've got really strong programs as McSweeney comes in. Or down the wicket.
It's a nice shot.
You're going to need a fifth bowler to come up and do a job, when someone might be out or injured.
Well, you look at North, they've got someone like Sam Hill, who's playing second grade today, was an exceptionally good first grade bowler. You spoke about that sort of final, the one-day final. He was really good in that, took a couple of early wickets and...
almost back onto the stumps.
And early in the season, he would have taken a lot of... I remember speaking to Luke Feldman about how he was going. He rated him incredibly highly, and he could bowl long spells and keep pressure on for a long time. So
yeah, he was. There was a good stint. That the South North game in the back half of the year was a very good game where. He came on after tea and bowled. I think it might have been like 12 or 13 straight, but the wickets happened at the other end to sort of bowl South out for a score where they were probably about one for 140 and then bowled out for 270 odd and then chased down late on day two. But yeah, it just shows across a long season, whether it be like the 1 days, the 2 days and the T20s, you need that sort of group of almost like 15, 16 players to call upon at different times, and it all counts.
Yeah, it's a great selection problem to have for North too. I know Will Presswich was definitely playing second grade at the start of the year while Sam Hill was playing first grade. And so for one of those two to have to go back and play second grade shows that there's some great depth in the bowling.
Feldman again. Over the wicket to Cardi now, so that's the go here for both left-handers. I feel like both Cardi and Clayton will be happy to just let these ones go through the keeper here. Like, as you talked about, like Fox has that natural away swing to a lefty plus the angle.
Yeah. And you'd think that with the ball not swinging, that for it to hit the stumps, it actually has to be pitching outside leg as well.
Yeah.
So, but interestingly, we'll talk about it after this ball. As soon as Feldman has come over the wicket, you'll notice that box on the onside has now moved across to the offside. So they've got a mid-off cover and a point now. So I think that it's definitely trying to ask Cardi to hit through the offside and try and hit force. And hoping that his angle across the left hand is going to bring them.
Has a good record in finals. Jack Cardi scored 2 years ago against Valleys, batting at 8. It was Feldman. I forget him or Mitch Fry, but they both scored hundreds against Cowan at 5 at AB Field.
I do remember that. I think Josh Daskin might have still been playing for Valleys.
He did. He scored 100. He scored 100 in the chase. There was I think they went into day 4, 6 down.
Yeah.
Might have been 5 down. But Dascombe and I think Wildermuth were in, and they needed about 200 runs on day 4 as Feldman comes in.
Oh.
And I think the early wicket of Wildermuth sort of ended that sort of option, but then Dascombe took the long handle and brought up 100.
Yeah, he rarely talks about that innings actually, Josh. It's just good. I think he's now working. He's definitely working for USA Cricket.
USA Cricket, yeah.
In the States. I'm not sure what his exact job title is. It would be something impressive though. But yeah, he's just moved his cricketing career over there to be a US national.
No, he's had a rather successful sort of professional career. He's been I'll hold on that as Feldman comes in. involved in sports. He did stuff in baseball, in the Australian Baseball League. He was involved also with like the Crows and the baseball side down in Adelaide, and then over to the States. And he sent me a few messages during the year. So Saturday morning for us is Friday night sort of prime time there. Right, so I believe he gets on the stream a fair bit and watches Valleys in their games on a wild Friday night in America.
Find something else to do on his Friday evening, surely.
Feldman comes in again. Bit more forceful from Cardi there.
Nice timing from Jack Cardi there.
You feel like it's a day and a wicket and a field where you're going to probably hit some really hard balls and either go straight to a mid-off or cover.
That's right. Interestingly too, I don't know if we saw it in the first session when I wasn't here, but there hasn't been any use of a bouncer from Feldman. There hasn't been any sort of look to see if the pitch is conducive to getting through. I assume that the ball is quite soft and perhaps that's making an impact on those tactics as well, but he's really just been keen to build as much pressure from that end as possible.
Young, Sweeney comes in again. Cut shot for Clayton. Young will press, which sort of came in and bowled a bit back of the length. Didn't quite get it right, a few over the head, wide type deliveries, but tried to
shorten them up a bit.
Yeah. But at that point, the new batters didn't want anything to do with it as Sweeney comes in.
There is that edge.
I said. Sneak through to a single there. So, yeah, it looks pretty sort of flat on the dead side, but half the time with that bumper, it's also the surprise element of just when he comes in.
Yeah, well, that's right.
Four or five overs of full and on-off stump and getting them thinking it's all out there the whole time, and to sneak one in, it might be a glove down to the keeper or a top edge where they've got so used to looking to that patch in front of them, and then something adjusts their eyes and catches them sleeping.
And even the follow-up after that as well, even if the bounce is not the wicket ball, if it's the fact that it means that the batsman hangs back on their crease a little bit more the next delivery to follow up, it just stops them climbing into the front foot.
Big stride from Kay there. Got a message from University of Queensland head coach Peter Clark, who's obviously watching and listening. I think he's in New Zealand or overseas at the moment. Really? Yeah. I guess Sweeney comes in again.
He does very well to coach from distance education, actually. Peter Clark, one of the most hands-off coaches in the game.
I'm guessing he's in New Zealand with the Australian women's squad.
This doesn't say a lot about my life and the hobbies that I partake in, but I went down for the Boxing Day test down to Melbourne. I'll complete this.
Wilner push there. Geez, Carroll's been amongst it today. He's had some good touches.
Left hand, isn't he? I went down to the Boxing Day test in Melbourne, obviously probably around Boxing Day it was, and I just watched. I was enthralled by Petey Clark side-arming to the Australian batsman. He was side-arming to Moses Enriquez, and he's just an impressive side-armer. I was enthralled. It's probably I arrived too early. Play was starting at 10 and I got there at about 9:10, so I was just in there and checked in for 20 minutes worth of watching him side-arm, which I wouldn't recommend to people if you've got slightly better things to do, but I was obviously struggling for a hobby at that point.
No, does his psychology work with
a psychologist that can sidearm?
Yeah,
he gets big raps.
You got to be versatile. You got to have a few strings to bow these days.
Well, I've spoken to Marnus about him. Just picked that name up that I dropped there. But
first time,
yeah, that's right. But he was raves about him, about the fact that he's a psychologist that actually understands cricket as well, which he says is rare. And then the fact that he can just jump down the nets with you and service that way too.
Feldman continuing across Clayton. Yeah, no, it's pretty handy.
That's a good skill set.
I'm sure he'd be pretty good at working people out, with the side arm, yeah.
Yeah, well, that's right. He knows what they're thinking. It's like, just stop reading my mind.
Yeah. But no, he's over him and Hamish Gardner, the coaching staff here at University of Queensland. And
Hamish Gardner, international cricketer as well.
Overseen a good program here for a long time here. And as Feldman comes in here. A bit more forceful there from
that's a full
Clayton,
actually.
And likewise in North, another good coaching staff with Ken Healy and Brett Mortimer looking after the the ones program here, and I'll give a shout out to Michael Maynard, who looks after the two squad, and is a big part of the success of that team for the last 3 or 4 years.
We've got a bit of experience, and Nathan Horrocks I saw was opening the batting in North second grade yesterday. Probably a pretty handy operator to have in your ranks as well.
No, it's been good to have Horry back playing.
So is he still bowl as well, or just full-time batsman now?
I'm not. I think he's bowling. North second grade got up against University of Queensland in the semi-final last weekend. As I said, we said earlier, two clubs who've sort of tussled a fair bit throughout the season. They went neck and neck with the club championship, with North getting up there, but as Feldman comes in, it's a lovely punch shot down the ground from Clayton. Just get the 2 for that. You sort of feel a bit hard done by.
Definitely 4 most days of the week, but it's a very nice shot.
But we're saying, so like University have been very strong in the first grade for a good decade, and North in the last sort of 4 or 5 years with this unit have sort of popped up, and plenty of good tussles amongst these sides, but also down the grades in 2s, 3s and 4s. Always big games and good contest. That's a lovely shot from Clayton. Be interested to see what North are thinking after Feldman. So Sully opened from that end with Feldman bowling from the college end. They go for the raw pace of Sully to follow Fox.
Yeah, I think that their plan would definitely be to have Mick Sweeney bowl from the other end for as long as possible, and be able to rotate their quicks from here in probably fairly short and sharp bursts. I think Feldman's into his 5th over since lunch.
Yeah, I think so. Ooh. Closes out there. Uni definitely rested a bit of momentum back after lunch here. Whilst the score hasn't ticked along a crazy amount, there's been some good solid shots and good intent from Cardi and Clayton.
Yeah, and like I said, I don't think the scoreboard not moving has actually not been through lack of intent. I think there's definitely been some increased sort of desire to score and to play some aggressive shots. Even you can see Clayton, probably 4 of those 6 balls he played quite attacking shots at. Just a little bit probably slower and hard to get your timing on this particular wicket. McSweeney and Feldman just having a chat there, so you might get that bowling change that you were talking about right at this end.
Be interesting to see if we can get a hole over here at Cardi here, what his sort of mode of attack is. Down the wicket. Good single there, good pressure.
Yeah, we talked about the fact that both mid-on and mid-off are definitely deeper, so there's certainly one there if you're able to get it past Carroll at cover. That's been the challenging part. Once you get it past him, you can set off straight away, and you have to be very unlucky to get run out.
I actually, we talked about the second slip. I almost feel Carroll needs a sort of companion there in that cover region, and have someone next to him, so really block up that spot when he comes into Clayton.
Well, the other thing that you could do is actually just put another catcher in almost in front of Carroll. We've seen probably 2 that have been uppish and sort of shanked drives that have flown there but just not quite carried to him. So I think that the second slip is generally you'll see a lot when the ball's turning big.
So yeah, it had another person next to Carroll. You can block off that sort of hard push, which they've snuck a few singles there, but then also have that catching man if they do slice it a bit.
Again, I think it's a hard balance for North because they want to see them play shots as well. So they're probably not hugely worried about sort of seeing those attacking shots with Cardi coming down the wicket, and I think they'd be happy to see that in a way, because as you've talked about, it gives them more ability to bring wicket-taking options into the game.
Sweeney in.
Oh, there's a dicey single here. Ooh.
What's to the left of Wilson, but Clayton pretty quick through the wickets there.
Yeah, and there was zero hesitation for Clayton and Cardi. The ball was only hit probably a metre to Wilson's left. You'll see here, but it's a little bit further than that. But they just both set off straight away. It's a very good understanding of their running between the wickets. And again, I think it's great. You often hear people talking about when there is no real pressure to score runs and it's more sort of survival mode, you can forget a little bit about the importance of making the bowlers bowl at a different batsman, rotating the strike, and making sure that I think that your intent to score is really important because it gets you in a far better position to play the ball as well. And I think that's why probably both batsmen have looked so good since lunch, is there has been that real desire to actually get runs.
We had that bowling change we thought might have been coming, and young Connor Sully in from the river end. Got the first wicket of the morning. Nick Sale caught by Josh Brown at a backward point, slicing sort of square drive. And bowled pretty tight. He was a handful when he came round the wicket. And I think we may get some short stuff because we've got a deep backward square, fine leg, and a sort of catching forward square. So Clayton might get a few around the helmet.
Oh, jeez, he's copped some pads straight away there as well.
But no, you're right about the intent. I was going to replay this one from Sully to Clayton. Flush on the thigh pad.
Hit the top of the pad there, hasn't it? I don't think that Sully would be able to get the ball to pitch in line with the stumps at that length, with the ball not shaping back.
Coming in again to Clayton. Push there. No, you're right about that intent. It's playing a bit of cricket in the middle grades. One of the things you try and talk to the younger players is around, the higher level you play, there'll be better bowling, more pressure, more dots. So you have to rotate the strike and pick up those singles because you're probably not just going to get boundary balls. And as we're seeing here on a tough field or on a slow field, you're not going to hit too many cut shots and loose balls for four as Sully comes in. You balloon to
causing a couple of headaches there for Jack Clayton from definitely that length. It's hit the top of the knee roll a couple of times, sort of top of the pad.
You got to find that way to rotate the strike and get to the other end, and usually 4 or 5 overs of that brings about that full ball.
Yeah, absolutely. And bowlers love being able to bowl to the same batsman to stack dots on them and to build pressure on them. So even something, it seems like so minuscule with only being one run, but it almost feels like a release of all the build-up work that you've done as a bowler.
Tickle down the fine leg. Well, they might think about two. Clayton pushing in hard, but no. Show the respect to Lukey Feldman at fine leg. Still got a good arm on him.
Absolutely. I like this field that they've got to, in the fact that they've got the one deep obviously behind square, but then also a man right on square, so that they're bringing in sort of, you often see that when you just put one back on the pull shot, that the miss hit is not a chance. It just goes for one and everyone sort of goes, oh no. So to really actually get that man in play behind square, it actually needs to be a well-timed pull shot. But I think we've seen enough balls mistimed here to warrant that fielder.
Oh, that's shortened him up a bit.
It's quick too.
On there. And the other thing you'll see, like you see across, at least at the test level, like the leg side play, we're going to replay this, has become back in favour. Everyone's just cramped him up there and in the ribs maybe. Off the hip.
I'm just wondering if Norths might even look to get sort of one under the lid or a little leg gully in with that line that Sully's bowling. It's definitely causing some discomfort for both left-handed batsmen just getting into their rib cage.
Because everyone sort of thinks about Wagner from New Zealand with the sort of around the wicket and bowl it, the under the armpit and things like that, and a few people have sort of picked that up as a style. around the world. And
we saw the Indians too. They just bowled really, really straight when the Indian cricket team came here. They were sort of asking batsmen to hit the ball through the leg side, but having a lot of fielders on the leg side to make them sort of force the pace in the hope that they might hit it in the air. And I think it's a shot that some of the best fielding positions are where you hit the ball naturally.
Yes.
You think about when you sort of flick the ball off your legs, or you
usually
turn the ball from the leg side. It's in the air often, and it's not something that you, like in the nets, you just do it and people go, great shot, well played, you're down the other end for a single. So
put a fielder there.
That's right. Some of the best fielding positions are when it's almost an involuntary shot to just, you naturally sort of balls on my legs, hit it through the leg side. And that's where I think they had so much success, definitely, in terms of not only being able to bowl a lot of dot balls but bring wickets in as well.
McSweeney continuing. No, it's a really good point, and it's that idea of like, because if someone hits it there, they're usually their head's gone maybe a bit one way, elevate the ball. There isn't that much control. Whilst there might be time or there's pace on it, there isn't actually the control of where I exactly want to put it, and it goes in the air. So McSweeney comes into Clayton. As I said, I think it's the straighter line has come back into favour at a lot of levels. Even someone like, you had the last few years where Bancroft's been caught on that sort of leg gully down the wicket. Good intent from Clayton there. I think you find that like those sort of tactics, they sort of swing and sway over time, because at batters and bowlers you get used to things, and you get used to what people might think is traditional or option A. As McSweeney comes in.
Yeah, you're exactly right. You see, for anyone that has watched some of those state games with the Bancroft fielding position, I guess he's getting caught there when he's not even trying to hit it through the leg side. He's actually trying to hit it straight, and it's just catching the inside half of the bat and flying there to be a catch as well. So definitely a position that's become far more in fashion, and you can see, like, for good reason as well. I think there's enough. The amount of times that I see the ball go through where would be like a leg gully or sort of just behind square in the air, and it's not when a bowler's trying to bowl there as a plan or anything like that. It's just when they get too straight, and it's helped there. And the same thing for even putting fielders deep here, like Connor Sully has put a fielder out on the pull shot. Jack Clayton and Jack Carty, both incredibly good pullers of the ball. They both play really, really well off the back foot and play attacking shots from there. So even just putting that man out there, it actually gets the thought in the batsman's head of it doesn't become such an instinctive shot for you.
Yeah.
Because you can smack the ball and go, that's a great shot, and it goes straight to a fielder, which is not a great way to get out. So I guarantee that within both batsmen's head that they're sort of having that thought in there at the moment of maybe am I pulling or don't pull, more importantly, and that even that thought alone can be enough to create some doubt for the fielding unit.
Sully in again to Carty here.
Wound it up here, hasn't
he? Yeah, he's cranked up the pace, Sully. Probably had a good lunch. He had a few issues in the start of his spell today with the right shoes. I think he changed his shoes a couple of times, so I hope he's got the right shoes on. But he'll be trying to get that bumper right on target. Whilst we've seen a few shortish balls, it hasn't been that one which is on the badge or around the grill to draw that sort of shot. So,
and he hasn't tried yet either, has he? He hasn't really banged one in halfway down.
Contemplated two there.
Yeah, he was keen for two.
Wouldn't necessarily take on a press switch.
And he made good ground. It was well played by Carty. Got it behind square off his legs and all the way along the ground as well.
I think both these batters have been busy after lunch. I said, whilst the score hasn't sort of raced along to any huge amount, they haven't let Norse bowl an over at each batter and keep someone stuck at one end. So they've been good here from University.
That's right. And you'd expect that Connor Sully's line is going to be that into the hip type of line that he has sort of operated at. They've only got one slip in a gully now, so you can see in order to have a deep square leg, and then still the other two fielders on the leg side plus point cover mid-off, that they've obviously the fielders have had to come from somewhere. So you wouldn't think that he's going to consistently be going across the left-hander, because there just aren't the catches in play to try and make that a mode of dismissal.
I wouldn't be surprised if the next over he does try a round as well. He did it in his first spell. He eased in over the wicket, and then he came around and looked very dangerous to the lefties from that slot. Comes into Clayton. Some good pace there.
He's actually got some really good rhythm here. The other thing is that from watching from side on always makes it look so much faster. I hate watching from here before I walk out to bat at university because you're always side on and it looks so much quicker.
When you go out to the wicket, Lee, are you asking, what are they doing? Because you don't want to get the false.
I've been stitched up too many times with it. I feel like I don't even ask. People just volunteer information.
Yeah.
But I think I've become far better now at just ignoring it. I think it's worse actually when you're the batsman and someone asks you what are they doing.
Yeah,
it's because I'm like, oh geez, I don't know. And like I could say one thing. I could say, well, the last ball I faced was an in swinger, and then I've seen people definitely nick off to an out swinger straight away, like straight after I've said that. I'm like,
I think if there's any Norse people or players listening and watching, they'll confirm that I offer nothing in that space. I normally don't say anything. I normally don't ask for anything. Just the idea that you'd rather just watch the ball.
I think it's good because it's funny. We'll finish that after Connor Sully's next delivery.
It's a short one.
It's a nice shot from Jack Clayton. He was back into position really quickly there. That fielder that was at square leg, he actually ran the wrong way.
Yeah, no, he got sort of he thought he was going to go behind square there and just loaded up on his left side and actually went through the wicket there.
And that was probably Connor Sully's first attempt at actually getting that bumper in, and he's still only really able to get it up to the belly button. Probably
bit on the slow side, this deck.
The deck, and then combined with the fact that the ball's quite soft, probably not going to see them zinging through sort of throat high too often. But yeah, I think that point that's really important because it's just like an unwritten rule that when a new batsman walks out that you have that conversation.
Yeah.
There's times where people just come out and you sort of just stand there awkwardly looking at each other like we should be saying something. But there's so many times people will get out. The best ones are when someone gets out the first ball of a bowler's spell and the new batsman
so what
walks
do
out
they do?
Like, what are they doing? I'm like, I don't know. I haven't faced it. That one looked like it went pretty straight. He nicked it. Good luck.
Yeah, no, I've been on the end of those ones where someone asks, what's this guy bowled? Like, he hasn't bowled yet.
Yeah, that's right. No idea.
Sweeney. See, they've got... Must have the two-way radio going because I see they've brought in the two catching covers. Exactly. Took out the second slip.
Second slip's gone.
I think that's a good field, that. I think that's it cuts down the chance of that single to mid-off. Sweeney comes in and has two catching chances there.
Yeah, I've been slightly surprised that no one's looked. Both left-handed players, really good sweepers of the ball. Yeah,
to be honest, there's no risk. Like it's a top edge to mid-wicket. Essentially, is the wicket if it was to happen, but there's no one between wicket and fine leg as McSweeney comes in.
I think, like, obviously your only risk is LBW, but you would think that the thing I like about the sweep shot is you're able to sweep the bowler's best ball, essentially. So where the length, Nathan McSweeney's really worked into a rhythm here where he's landing the ball about there, every single ball, and it means that the sweep shot becomes like a weapon because you can actually, Nathan McSweeney's bowling quite predictably, like bowling really, really well, but getting the ball round about the same spot every single delivery. So that's why I've probably been surprised, is it just would allow him to break up the field a little bit too.
Good fielding.
Nice. So they've got so many fielders there on the offside that just even those balls that cut, he's getting deep in his crease and getting decent bat onto. It's so hard to force through there because there's five fielders trying to get. Would
you essentially look to almost then sweep on line? Because you're like going, you don't want to sweep on the one which is straightish. And go actually, because even from like outside off with hardly on that leg side, you probably can drag it to that square leg position. But
I think that the left-handed batter can also get their pad outside the line of off stump too, like to sweep it from there because it's not spinning a long way. So a lot of the time the ball is probably pitching on off stump anyway. And if you can get your pad outside the line of off stump, I think you're taking out the risk of LBW. And as we talked about, there's no fielders there to catch it.
Sully comes into Clayton. Rushed him up a little bit. Yeah.
That was higher too.
I actually think the with the field they have on the leg side, the sort of catching single stopper potentially needs to be behind square leg at that sort of gully type of thing. Not necessarily exactly where that one went, but in that space, and you can have the deep square just in front.
Yeah, I would agree.
Because you've got the sort of wide mid wicket. Because I don't think they're going to play too many on drives to the short pitch stuff.
That's right.
Sully comes into Cardi. Well, that's a good
one. Got that one high there. That's right on the money. Cardi's done well to get under that. It's a wicket where, because the wicket is a little bit lower and slower, ducking actually becomes quite hard. It's far easier to duck the ball when it's pacey, and you can sort of rely on certainly at Redlands, like at Peter Bird's Oval, there's such a ridge that you can get under most deliveries because they go quite high and they continue to rise and continue to go up, whereas these ones are flat and at you.
And the other challenge for Cardi is because he is tall, he has a lot of length. There's lots of heights for him as Sully comes in. Good shot.
Oh, that's a lovely shot.
Might hold up.
I think they'll only get two. That's 4 on most days.
There's often been that chat around some of the taller batters that there's a lot of in between lengths, between full and short and in that sort of midriff height where they play off the front or back foot. Whereas when you're a bit smaller, it's either full or short.
That's me. Yeah, exactly right. Most often short, actually. You're quite right. It's a good shot from Cardi there. He didn't look to pull the line, which obviously wider from Sully, and he's just got right back deep in his crease and used the pace to get it through the gully region there. And again, off the front foot this time. Cardi, they could even get 3 here potentially. I wouldn't have thought. 2 runs only. It's a slow old day, that's for sure. That's a very nice shot from Jack Cardi. Sully intentionally went far fuller there, opened the face of his bat and angled it nicely behind the fielder at point.
I think, checking my phone, we've got maybe some updates. I think 6th grade grand final is getting underway shortly at Redlands after yesterday being washed out. Seems to be coming up on my phone.
Got it. Is that
just started. None for None Valleys.
Peter Bird's Oval.
Peter Bird's, number 1.
Heck of a venue.
Looking lovely out there. There are some clouds and some dark skies in the distance.
It's a bit dark here too, actually.
But 6th grade underway. Redlands hosting Valleys. Valleys number 2. Just as I think we've seen some of the university 4th graders roll into Webb Paris to support 1st grade, having their game being abandoned.
So that's abandoned now, is it?
Yeah, as in this today.
Weekend, yeah.
So, Sully in through to Healy.
He's got good carry here, Sully.
Yeah. One of the things I'm glad about not going to training is not having to really face Connor Sully ever.
That's a no from me as well in the nets. Feels a lot faster in the nets.
I kept a Sull when he was sort of coming up when he was 16, 17 in 2nd grade, and it was sharp, and it's like it's going to get quicker. So
yeah,
I've avoided net batting for quite some time against people like him.
Yep, no, I can understand that.
Until we get daylight savings and don't bat at 7 o'clock under lights.
Are you turf wickets? Turf wickets at training or synth?
We have turf wickets now at North, but they haven't been used yet. That's maybe the future, but. And unlike some of those clubs down south where they've got the turf nets and longer twilight and things like that, you would have had experience in Adelaide.
Yeah, in Adelaide we didn't have any lights at all. It was all done in the daylight. So training started at 5:30, finished at 7:30, and it's never had any issues with lighting, except for maybe like the first sort of 2 weeks of pre-season where the days were still quite short. But yeah, it was great. Adelaide was excellent for that, and probably a lot of southern states, and all their training wickets were turf as well. Just a question there.
Yeah, might have been pad first, I think.
It's slightly ambitious, but definitely bat and pad close together.
I'm not going to get much help from behind it.
This angle, I don't think. But
looked outside the line anyway. Yep.
Second slips back in for Clayton as well. Oh, and this one they are happier with.
I still think it's going to be line here.
think there was any bat involved?
It'll be tough again on this angle, but it gets a good... No, he's outside the line there.
I think it's...
Good handshaking appeal from Noah McFadden at first slip. As it comes in, a bit of rain coming as well.
Clayton back deep in his crease, but hit it straight to... I think it's Josh Brown there, is it?
Yeah.
He's had a lot of touches. He's also got a blue towel. Very
It's repping the colours.
Flamboyant shade of blue. Usually see the white towels probably more often utilised in two-day fixtures. This is an interesting little period for Jack Clayton because it's just that level of rain where if someone's to get out, the umpires would be straight off, and you just do not want to be that batsman that loses their wicket right on a rain break.
The university boys are getting ready, heading towards the covers.
Nice shot from Clayton, and again knocked down in cover.
I have weird and disappointing flashbacks about rain on this field. There was a Norths one-day semi-final here where Don Michael played a gem of innings for Norths against Uni, and got out as McSweeney comes in as the chase was heading up, and then the rain came and ended the game, and that wicket essentially flipped the Duckworth-Lewis to University's favour, and and that was the end of the game, that one.
Okay.
So you don't want to get out when the rain's just sort of floating around.
No, it does not help at all. That's for sure. It's one of the worst feelings ever, actually, when you get out and then the whole field comes with you. It's just like, actually, it is too wet, guys, and that's your week over. Sully's going to load up again here. I think that rain's got a lot lighter now. I think it's just sort of just playing games with us. It's definitely still coming down.
It's been one of those days. Sully comes in. Moving there from Dawson at forward square. Because it's often in this type of weather, it's not so much the ball or the what gets sent down to. It's more the we may be going off. Like, you know, you're trying to tell. You can tell the umpire like it's wet.
Together now, actually, right?
I think they're going off.
They're going. It's just got that little bit heavier.
Yep.
And
they gave the signal.
Peter Boland is beckoning for the groundsman to come on.
Whilst the groundies are getting that done, I did get a question in, Lee, for you.
Oh, did you?
Pete Clark, he wants some insight on your touch career.
Touch footy career.
How you going? Are you in your best form, or are you is this a retirement, or is that a...
No, I wouldn't be a retirement. I've got a State of Origin camp next weekend, actually. So down to Runaway Bay Sports Complex. We're in a squad, but there's about 40 people in a squad.
Because you played and commentated in something recently, didn't you?
That's right. That was the Nationals, so NTLs. It's in Coffs Harbour in March every year. I play for the Brisbane Cobras, and we were knocked out in the semi-finals, which was disappointing, but it opened the door for my commentary career. So got to commentate on a few of those finals on the final day, which was excellent. And
many contributions?
As in commentating, or
playing?
I was going to say my commentary was good. No, I didn't have a great tournament this year, to be honest. In fact, I went the whole 4 days without scoring a try, which is difficult to do.
Do you get in trouble with that in touch footy?
Yeah, well, the old-fashioned nude run becomes something that you do have to partake in late on the Saturday evening, which is not really what anyone wants from a spectator point of view.
When it got to semi-final time, is it like, do you get the guys in the huddle and go, guys, you know, played some big games this year, had a one-day final, like, is there some cricket crossover to that? Like,
definitely. I think I became a little bit of a leader, obviously, because they looked to me for inspiration after sort of that sort of game, the one-day final, and obviously as a little bit of inspiration, but obviously it fell on deaf ears, or I wasn't that inspiring, as it turns out, because we got beaten about 8-2 in the semi-final. So I was the wrong man for the job, but I'd certainly in the semi-final, also after not scoring for the entire day or the entire tournament, I became a very selfish player in the semi-final in terms of trying to get myself on the score sheet, and all to no avail. So that was a little bit disappointing, but I actually met, I think, Petey through university games many years ago when I was playing for QUT and the National Uni Games at the Gold Coast.
There's some good times at the Gold. I've been to a couple of Australian Uni games on the Gold Coast. They're good fun.
Yeah, they were magnificent.
The sport varies in quality.
Well, I think it's upgraded now. Apparently, from all reports, it's become a little bit more serious from a sporting side of things, and jeez, there we go. Blow up from.
Well, that's good. I know I enjoyed the events to that when I was more of a manager, so I didn't have to actually play, just got to look after a team. And
really?
There, so
that would actually be a good option, I think, because
it was quite enjoyable. None of the actual physical requirements on the.
Well, that was some of the. I would actually probably dedicate, I guess, pay homage to a lot of my mental strength would have come from university games. I think and trying to rock up in horrific condition for an 8 a.m. fixture, and just have to dig deep and find a way to get yourself out there and get going.
Definitely got a bit heavy here at Webb Harris Oval. And
absolutely humming down now, actually.
Full covers on and people probably ducking for cover. 2 for 64 after 48.1 overs and the Bulls Masters first grade grand final. And we'll probably just go on a quick break and get you back when the weather's right.